We're now live in Council Chamber. Before we begin, I'll go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to the ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with the security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call the public hearing back to order. We'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning again.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prinspe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Yahoo!
That's a Calgary thing. Okay. All right. Before we go into continue to hearing from members of the public on the zoning bylaw, text amendments, I want to welcome some guests who are joining us from Northwest College. They are here with their teacher and Jimenez, and Northwest College, obviously located in the downtown ward Odemin. Councillor Stevenson is your ward councillor, and so welcome. I hope you are enjoying your visit to City Hall. Are you here for just for a little bit or for taking the tour of the City Hall? And Street Performers Festival, right on. Great. Well, lovely to see you. We are into our third day of public hearing. What we are talking about is getting various perspectives from public on how we continue to build our city, how we build housing in our city, where we build housing in our city, and the housing diversity and housing choice and housing affordability. And so that's what we're talking about. And it's been quite enlightening and very powerful conversations that we're having. Listening to public is always important part of our decision. So that's what we are doing today. You are welcome to stay as long as you want to. So nice to see you all, and please enjoy your visit at City Hall. So with that, yes, please, yeah. With that, I am going to go to our next panel, panel number 2, opposed. I will call your name. Please identify yourself. If you're here, come to the chairs on my left. John Concannon, joining remotely. John Concannon. No. Karen Nagpal, in person. Karen Nagpal, in person or remote? No. How about Dennis Sanche, in person or remote? Dennis Sanche. We did. Yuvraj Chauhan, joining remote or in person? No. Troy Fernandez, joining remote or in person? No. Nita Yalkanen.
I'm here.
Joining, thank you. Rob Cairns. joining remotely or in person? Rob Kearns? No. How about Qingbin Lee, in person or remote? Qing Lee, Ben Lee, remote or in person? No. How about Mei Jiang, in person or remote? Mei Jiang? No. How about Burton Shu, Everfloor Studio Limited? You're there? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
online.
Thank you.
Yes, online.
Thank you. How about Tamir Sharif, remote or in person? Tamir Sharif. No. Jennifer Porret, in person or remote? No. Pavan Dhaliwal, remote or in person? Pavan Dhaliwal? No. Tony Mahe, Omega Finishing Solutions, Inc. Tony Mahe? No. How about Jacinta Ball? Jacinta Ball? No. So we only have so far 1, 2, 2 people, right? And I'm going to go to panel 2, carry on with opposition. How about Matthew Lawrence? Matthew Lawrence. Remote in person, no. How about Debbie Kronewitt-Martin? Remote in person.
I'm here.
Thank you. How about David Rostrup? In person or remote? David Rostrup. No. How about Niraj Nath and Endura Development Limited? In person or remote? Niraj Nath. No.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you are there,
Morning.
Niraj? Okay, good. Cherise Remol. Cherise Remol, sorry. Remote. Cherise Remol. Is that Cherise? No. Mark Zubis. Mark Zubis. Remote or in person? No. Foster Karcha. Foster Karcha. Remote or in person? No. Chelsea Derzac. Situate. Remote?
Yes, I'm here,
There
remote.
you are. Thank you. Bradley Thisson. Remote or in person? Bradley Thisson.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Max Paquette. Max Paquette. In person or remote? No. James Can. In person or remote? Callahan. James Callahan. No. Vrinder Buller. Remote or in person? Vrinder Buller. Remote or in person? No. Raymond Gill. In person or remote? Raymond Gill. Person or remote? Jacob Dewang. Grow Together Edmonton. Remote?
I'm here.
Thank you. Nicole Iperbash. Nicole Iperwash. Edmonton Neighborhoods United. Remote or in person? No. So that makes it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How about Samuel Rad, in person or remote? Samuel Rad, in person or remote? No. Brett Wambach, in person or remote? No. Ashley Nabe, remote or in person? No.
Remote.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. Edward Huck, remote or in person? Edward Huck. No. Troy Fugier. Troy Fugier, remote or in person? Was that you, Troy? No. John Persia, remote or in person? John Persia, no. Mo Fuzzy, in person or remote? No. Aaron Budnick, in person or remote? Aaron Budnick, no. Win Shepka, in person or remote? Win Shepka, no. Andrew Struthers, in person or remote? No. Albert Anderson, remote or in person? Albert Anderson, no. John Yuan, remote or in person? No. Yanping Lu,
Remote.
thank you. Thomas Matters, in person or remote? Thomas, please come down here. Carl Parkinson, remote or in person?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Alex Yang, remote or in person? Alex Yang, remote or in person? No. Lynn Lee, remote or in person? Lynn Lee, no. Mei Shu, remote or in person? Mei Shu, no. Allison Thisson, remote or in person?
Here.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Jing Lee, remote or in person? Jing Lee, no. Jian Ying Zhang. Jian.
Here.
Thank you so much. Yeah. No?
Alex Young here.
Yeah, you are. Thank you so much. Morgan Yang. Remote or in person? No. How about Don Ann, 345 Architecture, remote or in person? Don Ann, no. Sheila Fimster, please come down here. Thank you. Paul Bellellia, in person or remote? No. Arvinda Batia, Arvinda Batia, remote or in person? No. Marij Khan, remote or in person? No. Ron Eek Commission, in person or remote? No. That's 13, right? Yeah. No, 13. 13, right? Is Justin Carter here?
Present.
Thank you. That makes 14, right, Richard?
Let me just confirm this.
Okay, please.
Hi, team. Sorry I logged on a little late. This is Tony with Omega.
I am so sorry, Tony. You might have to wait now, depending on where we are on the... Where was Tony? Let me see how many people we have on the panel. If we are not till up to 15, then we will be able to add you. If we're up to 15, then you have to go back to the into the row.
Oh, okay.
Confirming we are at 15 in this panel.
We are at 15?
Yeah.
Okay. We got it. Okay, great. We have 15 people on panel opposed. All right, we are going to start with Nita Yalanon. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. And before I actually do that, because we are into next day, before we start speakers, I will definitely read the expectations of the chair. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to maintain decorum and ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. Disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, behavior such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature or AI note-keeping tools in the Google Meet are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone engaging in these behaviors. I will not provide any additional warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. With that, we will go to our first speaker of panel 2, Nita Yalanon.
Mr. Mayor, a gentle point of order?
Yes.
Okay, so
Just hold on, please.
I think it bears mentioning that I understand that this is an election season. We'll have candidates or people who are supporting candidates in the room, and we are not allowed to use publicly funded chambers, government buildings, for campaign purposes, and so to refrain from mentioning campaigns or names or from actively campaigning in their words is something that is part of our process.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I've heard some complaints from folks who have seen their names appear in media for comments that they made in chambers, and I would remind speakers that this is a public meeting, as if we were holding it outside, and anyone could, by speaking here, you are agreeing that you are on the public record, as this is a public meeting on record. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that reminder. Councillor Piquet, no campaigns are permitted whatsoever, and no recordings are permitted of or any type in the chamber or virtually. So please, with the exception of the media. Yeah. Okay. Nita Yalanon, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Nita Yalanon. I have lived and invested in my inner city neighborhood for 30 years, and I'm a victim of predatory infill. Love thy neighbor, do unto others. This divine law is the cornerstone of our legal system to this day. I was raised with a belief in democracy, in government for the people, freedom of the press, that elected representatives look out for the best interests of the people and are spending my tax dollars judiciously. You have an opportunity today, Council, to effect some much needed damage control. Under zoning bylaw 20001, hundreds of Edmontonians have lost sunlight to their properties. They have lost their landscaping, their gardens, the value of their property, including the long-term resale value of their property. Each of these is quantifiable in dollars and cents. The erosion of our personal net worth under the bylaw can be neatly calculated for you. So too can the negative financial impacts from the densification of rental properties within a given neighborhood be calculated. We have suffered real property damage through no act of our own. Who will compensate us for that damage and loss? This is perhaps a question for the courts. Property rights came into existence in the 1800s. The enjoyment of property is promised to us in the Alberta Bill of Rights and the Canadian Bill of Rights. This right is not to be removed without due process. Zoning bylaw 2001 in conjunction with provincial legislation is actively taking away our property rights, including without due process. I assert this is unlawful. Predatory infill is also removing what still remains of affordable housing stock in many mature neighborhoods and replacing it with investment properties and high density rentals. We are actively removing affordable housing stock from the next generation. How does the Supreme Court of Canada define enjoyment of property? It's things like the value of my property, pure air, pure water, light, personal comfort in my property, the right to enjoy my property, the usability of my land, quiet, convenience, etc. These are things that the zoning bylaw has failed to uphold. A progressive planning bylaw would require shadow studies. In Edmonton, a shadow study is required for buildings in excess of 6 stories, twice the height of what Ottawa requires, for example. A progressive planning bylaw would also address things like bulk, size, overlook, privacy, sunlight, the overbearing or bleak nature of adjacent structures, and the architectural aesthetics of a community. Only a very small number of permits for 8 plexes mid-block have been issued in the last 18 months. Reducing mid-block infill from 8 units to 6 is what I would call window dressing and a hollow gesture. Reducing the length of infill is also window dressing when the bylaw only requires a 9-foot strip between that building and a rear garden suite. Maximum site coverage is something you should also actively address. Architectural controls are not in place or upheld for mature neighborhoods. Exercise some control or oversight on the percentage of rental property densification, which data shows exercises more drag on property resale values than a homeless shelter or a funeral home beside me. We are not resistant to change, as some would like to say. Progress is the betterment of something, especially mankind. Predatory infill is not progress. Removing our property rights is not progress. We are not resistant to change. Don't violate our property rights. As per the Supreme Court, it is prima facie competent to any man to enjoy and deal with his own property as he so chooses. He must, however, so enjoy and use it so as not to affect injuriously the rights of others. This is the law of our country and is upheld repeatedly and always by the Supreme Court. On Monday, some of you expressed concern for developers and investors in the construction season. We don't have a housing crisis, we have a democracy crisis. Do not kick our concerns and property rights down the road. Restore law and order to our city today. I direct you to clauses 63(1) and 2 of the Municipal Government Act, which grants you the authority to repeal a provision of a bylaw that is inoperative, obsolete, expired, spent, or otherwise ineffective. A simple motion to revert to prior definitions of permitted use until you are able to write a proper bylaw would do much to solve things here, today, right now. It can be done. Who among you will have the will to protect the people of Edmonton? Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Burton Shu.
Just a point of order before the speaker starts. Online, somebody keeps raising their hand, which, as you, I understood in your opening remarks, Mayor, so he is not permitted, as it is distracting to the speaker. If
Let me
somebody
see.
online, yeah, could you remind people that if they have an issue, to contact the city clerk and not to use the raise hand function?
Yeah, I will do that. Thank you so much. So all the members of the public who are joining us, If you have any questions whatsoever when your turn is going to be or any other questions, please do not raise the hand button here because it distracts other speakers. Please do contact the city clerk's office on the contact information that was provided on your registration form. Okay? Thank you so much for the indulgence. And thank you so much, Councillor Hamilton. I was not able to, I was distracted on some other stuff. Thank you. All right. Next we will go to Burton Shu, Everfor Studio Limited.
Good morning. So can I have the presentation slide, please? Hello? Can I have the presentation slide?
Yeah, we're just getting it here. Was it shared with the clerk's office?
Sorry, what's that?
Was the your presentation shared with the clerk's office?
We can pull it up.
This is the one,
yeah, that's right. Got
okay,
it.
go ahead, please.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Burton Shu from Everfor Studio. For the past 8 years, our company have built and managed small-scale multifamily projects, row houses, and stacked suites within the working distance of the University of Alberta. Our team share the city's goals of creating compact, climate resilient, and affordable neighborhoods, and more housing choices for the students and young professionals, as well as the nearby families. Next slide, please. When Council adopted the new zoning bylaw 20001 in October 2023, which is effective January 2024, we pivoted immediately by attending every city training session, circulated the RS handbook to consultants, and rewrote our internal design standards. We collaborated with city development and zoning staff, architects, engineers, and neighborhoods to translate the new rules into site plans, and we have spent tons of time and money in designing, surveys, energy modeling, and geotechnical work, all calibrated to today's RS regulations. That work is already paying off. Some of our projects are under construction, and some more are in the development permit queue, each adding gentle density on existing transient and bike corridors. Next slide, please. We are not opposed to better design. We are, however, deeply concerned about the timing. Let's look at the impact of this sudden amendment. First of all, so our flagship row house scheme took months of iterative revisions to satisfy drainage, fire, tree preservation, and urban design feedback. The proposed 25-meter building length cap alone would force a complete redesign, setting us back to day one. Secondly, as we all know, the redesigning, redrawing, the new energy modeling, and rearrange the building layouts will be costly. And for the resubmittals, inflict the city staff's caseload, just as they are cleaning the post-bylaw backlog. And fourth impact is that many projects rely on small-scale private capital. Often, parents investing in housing for their university-aged children. Frequently, these frequent rural shifts erode trust and push investment into other municipalities with more predictable frameworks. Next slide, please. So what am I looking for? First of all, so any development permit or building permit deemed complete before the public hearing date should continue under the January 2024 RS rules, and adopt a minimum 12 months transition window during which applicants may choose either the current or amended RS rules. That allows design teams to absorb the learning curve without stalling the housing pipeline. Next slide, please. So Council's leadership on infill housing has already positioned Edmonton as a national model. By pairing the good design with predictable implementations, you can protect the momentum, respect the investment made under current zoning bylaw, and still achieve the neighborhood fit that residents are looking for. I urge you to consider the transition measures I have outlined before the amendment comes into force. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we are going to go to Debbie Kronewitt-Martin.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. The proposed changes to the zoning bylaw are a move in the right direction. More changes, however, are required. When the administration completes their assessment of the proposed reduction of dwelling units on interior lots, I expect they will tell you that it impacts the ability to accommodate 600,000 people within the Henday. I'm going to be controversial. Sometimes we need to challenge assumptions. The city plan was largely built around the premise that Edmontonians do not want urban sprawl and we must build up. The question is, did Edmontonians make an informed decision when you asked them about urban sprawl? I believe if I asked everyone in this room if you should protect agricultural land and stop urban sprawl, most would say yes. What if I gave people the following facts before asking the question? 1, in order to stop expansion outwards, we must accommodate 600,000 people within the Henday. This will mean that we will demolish most of our older single-family homes, build 8 or more dwellings on the lots, and sell parkland and old school sites to build higher density. 2, with environmental warming, Canada's agricultural greenbelt is expanding, increasing agricultural production. 3, the new suburbs have higher densities. Experts say our suburbs are by no means urban sprawl. 4, containment policies restricting suburban growth are increasing housing costs. Now, if I ask people, do you feel that stopping urban sprawl and forcing massive redevelopment within the Henday to accommodate 600,000 people is the right direction for the city? Could their response be different? The city plan in its monolithic development strategy is like a house of cards. It looks simple, everyone knows the material, and the first row is easy to build. But as you build up each row, the complexity builds. Each card relies on the adjacent card, as well as the cards below. A single failure has a cascading effect. Fail-safes are impossible to build, and even if you try to over-engineer, it seldom works and holds together. The city plan contains wonderful visionary goals. At the core of implementing these goals is the zoning bylaw and the district plans. Not only are these bylaws not helping achieve the goals with their monolithic approach, they are doing the exact opposite. Let me give you just a few examples. Edmonton will be sensitive as we design and renew Edmonton's urban form. Do the massive 8-plexes look like sensitive design? Edmonton will promote and celebrate the distinct communities that contribute to Edmonton, its quality of life and unique sense of place. The zoning bylaw is tearing apart and destroying neighborhood character and communities. Edmontonians will feel safe and secure in their communities and benefit from public spaces and infrastructure that supports health and well-being. Edmontonians are anxious and terrified as large infill design for profit, not affordability or compatibility, overtake their neighborhoods. Their use, value, and enjoyment of property is greatly diminished. You are selling parkland and valued public spaces in numerous neighborhoods. Questions are increasing about the infrastructure's ability to accommodate what has become unmanaged development. You have zero control over the location and timing, and that is extremely dangerous. One of the infill developers said the proposed minor bylaw changes feels like a death by 1,000 cuts. To many Edmontonians, this bylaw feels like a death by 11 knives, stabs to the back, neck, lungs, and heart. Our hands are cut with defensive wounds as we try to fight back and are being bullied, harassed, and intimidated for being supposed NIMBYs. Edmontonians are not NIMBYs. In 2015, we permitted lot splits, and in 2016, we allowed duplexes on single-family lots, eliminating the single-family zone. In 2018, we permitted secondary suites, followed by cottage suites, allowing up to 6 dwellings on single-family lots. We were leaders in densification. This was achieved through citizen consultation and collaboration. For 7 years prior to passing the new zoning bylaw, Edmonton was already achieving infill targets to take the city to 1.8 million people. In 2022, we achieved the target for 22 million. Somehow, even without CMHC funding, developers could build infill. Amazing. We can go back to the type and level of infill allowed in bylaw 12800 and the mature neighborhoods overlay and save our neighborhoods. It's time to stop building on this house of cards and do a serious, intensive review and make significant changes to the zoning bylaw. We cannot wait another year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Niraj Nath. Niraj Nath. They are online. Niraj Nath. Okay, we're going to go next to Chelsea Derzac.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I do have one slide as a presentation.
And it was shared with the clerk?
It was, yeah.
Okay. There we go. That is the one?
That is the one. Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead. We'll start your time again, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Chelsea Derzac, and as you probably already know about me, I'm an urban planner here in Edmonton. I'm the owner of Situate, and I was also a longtime board member of IDEA. Something that I haven't shared publicly until this week is that I'm also the co-founder of a new little housing company in town called Wello, something that I've been quietly working on for a while, and I wanted to share a bit about it with you today. I started Wello a couple of years ago with a friend and a fellow urban planner, actually, who was a colleague of mine at the city of Edmonton in the early 2010s. We started Wello with a simple idea: to create homes for friendly neighbors, small-scale housing that makes it easier for people to live together. Coming out of the pandemic and in the midst of what has sometimes been called a loneliness pandemic or epidemic, we had the idea to build housing for shared living arrangements for friends and for roommates and for households that don't fit the mold of a nuclear family in a single detached home, but who still want to live in a great, walkable, and convenient neighborhood. When it comes to shared living, interestingly, according to Stats Canada, friends and roommates choosing to live together is the fastest growing household type in the country, having grown more than 50% over the past 20 years. The image on the slide is our very first project. We call it affectionately Wello 1. It's a cube or a quad style mid-block building with 8 units. There's 4 up and 4 down, and we have a porch and 2 shared entrances facing the street and the same in the back. In the backyard, we have a large shed to provide storage for each unit, a pet relief zone, 7 surface parking stalls, and green space to hang out in. We see this as a simple design that gives people the chance to live comfortably with others. We have our development permit approved on this project, and we're planning to break ground this month, just as soon as EPCOR disconnects our utilities. But if the proposed changes to the RS zone get passed today, Wello 1 will be the only one. So as I mentioned, this lot is mid-block, and although it backs onto a commercial primary corridor, a Kingsway in this case, unfortunately it's not in the corridor, so it wouldn't be eligible to rezone. So that means that if the mid-block cap is reduced from 8 to 6 as proposed, this project, exactly as it's been designed and approved without any variances, would no longer be allowed. So the seemingly small change from 8 to 6 would take the project off the table, not just for us, but for anyone else hoping to build something like it. So obviously, Wello is not a big developer. This is our first project, and it's not a luxury project. I'm doing it because I really believe we need this kind of housing, and I feel compelled to contribute in whatever small way that I can to meeting that need. And to be honest, I'm also doing it for future me, because this is kind of exactly the housing that I would like to live in one day, in the not so distant future. When I'm an old lady, I want to live in something like this, in a compact, maintenance-free Golden Girl scenario surrounded by friends. So I know that there are concerns about the pace of change, and I've heard them, but I do want to say this, that there's nothing rapid or aggressive about a single small building with 8 modest units. This isn't a tower, it's not a block-long apartment, and it's not a mansion either. It's one building, 2 front doors, just big enough to make a difference, but small enough to still feel like home. So if we move ahead today with the proposed change from 8 to 6, we're not just changing a number. I believe we're closing the door on thoughtful, good faith efforts like this one, projects that add density without overwhelming the block, and that respond to real life housing needs. So I will wrap up here. I know you've got a lot to consider, but I did want to show up and give an example of what's at stake and what the trade-off is. Because this is a project that does work, it does fit, and it does support our city's goals. And the bylaw amendment, if passed as proposed today, it just wouldn't be possible again. So I ask that you think about, as you think about these changes, that you also think about this project and other projects like it, and think about the people that could live here and the thoughtful missing middle projects that we'll be saying no to before they even have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Bradley Thisson.
Hey there. So yeah, good morning, Mayor and councillors. So my name is Brad. I live in McKernan with my wife and 2 daughters, age 5 and 2. So we live in an infill home, and it's exactly the kind of place we want to raise our family, where we can bike, we walk, like we take transit. We still do own a car, but because of the area, we rarely use it. My 2-year-old already knows the LRT stops better than I do. She can point them out and knows exactly where to get off to go to the library or go to swimming. It's just a really cool way to grow up. Yeah, anyway, so that's why I'm really concerned about the proposed zoning changes here. These amendments would make it harder to build new homes in mature, walkable neighborhoods like mine, places that are already close to schools, parks, and LRT. This is exactly the place where families should be able to live. As I'm sure you all know, we're in a housing and affordability crisis, and I know many families and friends who would love to live in central neighborhoods like McKernan, but just can't afford to. The original zoning renewal helped fix that by allowing a wider variety of homes. And yeah, this proposal to reduce the number of permitted units from 8 to 6 chips away at that progress. It limits what can be built and who gets to live here. So yeah, I'd say it's a bit frustrating, because I felt like we were moving in the right direction. Like the zoning renewal was just named a finalist for the National Planning Awards, by the Canadian Institute of Planners. And it seems like now we're going in the opposite direction. Yeah, and a few houses down from you, there's new infill going up, which is awesome. It means more neighbors, more kids for my daughters to play with, more people walking to school, more people walking to the library, more vibrancy. It also just means more support for the local businesses in the area. There was a little grocery store here in McKernan that shut down about 5-6 years ago. The shop is still vacant, still empty at the moment. But maybe if we had more people living nearby, that store would have survived, or maybe in the future it could potentially be revived. Yeah, so another thing, one part of the proposed changes that really caught my eye was reducing the building length to make it easier to provide parking. But like, in my opinion, that's not really the priority. And I believe the city plan says that 50% of trips should be by transit or active modes. So I'm not really sure we need to worry about providing parking. We should be building for the future of active transportation, not necessarily for car storage. And finally, I just want to highlight that the change to reduce from 8 to 6 was added just recently. There hasn't really been time for a proper analysis. So I don't think that's how we should be making long-term planning decisions. So yeah, I'm asking you to please reject these amendments. Let's stay on course. Let's build a city that welcomes families, not pushes them out. A city where you can raise your kids near the LRT, near transit, near playgrounds and bookstores without having to, win the lottery to afford a detached house. Anyway, so yeah, let's move forward, not backward. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Jacob Dewang.
Hello.
Go ahead,
You can hear
please.
me? Okay, thank you. So hi, my name is Jacob. You all know me by now. I am a volunteer with Grow Together Edmonton. We're a volunteer pro-housing advocacy group. And I'm also a renter in the mature neighborhood of Queen Alexandra. I live in a townhouse complex right across from social housing, across from a 9-story seniors residence, and a 5-story low-rise apartment building that just went up. So I'm no stranger to growth or construction or density. I just want to zoom out and look at the bigger picture and try to provide an overview of why we did this in the first place. So Edmonton's mature neighborhoods are some of the best ones in the city. They are central, they're close to jobs, school, universities, they're close to transit, present or future. And they're nice to live in. They have street trees, walkability, they're close to businesses and amenities. But they've also declined in population, going all the way back to the 1970s. For example, Crestwood is at minus 30% of its population. It's 30% lower than it was 50 years ago. Glenora is 21% lower. Highlands 30%. McKernan 9% lower. Belgravia 24%. And this is a bad thing. And that was recognized in the city plan. That means that we're building more than we need through expansion. That costs more. It raises taxes. It means that there's not enough customers to support local businesses, and then we end up with vacant storefronts. It means that there's not enough children to fill up the schools. And that erodes walkability as well, because schools close, businesses close. And this decline is really the greatest threat to the character of our neighborhoods. It's changing our neighborhoods from inside out, yet that's not what we're focusing on today. But most of all, putting aside this issue of character, this decline means that people are being excluded from neighborhoods, whether it's seniors looking to downsize, a student looking to get started, or a young adult looking to move out of their parents' place for the first time. We may as well put up signs that say "keep out" at the borders of the neighborhoods. So yes, nodes and corridors will accommodate a lot of growth, but the interior neighborhoods also have to do their part. And we're not actually asking a lot. If you look at the number of 7 to 8 unit permits in these neighborhoods, Crestwood has a total of 4 building permits out of 886 properties. That's 0.46%. It's hardly fast change. Westmount is a bit higher, 12 out of 1,000 properties, 1%. The highest is Prince Charles, 12 out of 524 properties, just above 2%. So this is not fast change. And I get it. Going from a large amount of negative growth to a small amount of positive growth can be jarring. But it's incumbent upon us and council to deal with facts and confront the fear-mongering that's been going on. No, change is not happening fast, but yes, it's for a good reason. So now going to the 8 to 6. So as you've heard, this will be ruinous to infill housing in mature neighborhoods. 8 units is already excluding people from neighborhoods. Going to 6 will mean hundreds to thousands more people excluded from these neighborhoods where they want to live through lack of housing options or being priced out. When I think of where I live, we chose this place because my wife is a resident at the University of Alberta Hospital. And when she goes back from her call shifts overnight. We didn't want her to have to drive when there's a snowstorm on the icy white mud, or have to walk through dangerous areas. We wanted her to be able to come back in safety. And I just think of all the people who might not be in a lucky position as us and be able to afford this. And I want those people in our neighborhood. And that's why please reject these amendments, especially the 8 to 6. That is not a way to build a welcoming city and maintaining the character of our city that we value so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Ashley Nabe. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. I am here to speak to my opposition to the city's current zoning bylaw, a bylaw that is referred to as gentle density, which most of those touched by it will tell you it is anything but. So while I think it is imperative that the proposed changes are approved, I cannot agree with the bylaw at its core. This bylaw is often referenced as a fix-it for our current affordability and housing crisis. But there is one vital part of information that I often see left out of this discussion. The truth is Edmonton has been, and still currently is, one of the most affordable major cities in Canada, both in terms of rent and to purchase property. These words and statements, references to a crisis, along with their implied urgency, are being weaponized against us to play off our concerns as merely a few casualties along the way towards the greater goal. So one doesn't need to look very hard at real estate listings to see the perfect storm this has created, where properties and neighborhoods once characterized by their unique and historic character homes, or big lots and mature trees, to now being described as calling developers, selling for land value, investor and developer alert. One even went so far as to say, take advantage of the relaxed building bylaws to maximize potential of this lot. Edmonton is now being advertised to investors and developers, not only from outside the city, but outside the province, as a good place to come make a quick dollar with zero regard for the carnage that is left behind. This doesn't show me that this is an environment that is beneficial to people and families looking to call Edmonton home, but rather profiting those with deep pockets or the well-connected. But even if this bylaw is intended to make things more affordable by putting multiplexes anywhere and everywhere, it doesn't appear to be achieving the desired result. I'll give you a couple examples. In Grosvenor, a single-family home was purchased for $280,000, demolished it, and replaced with a 7-plex that later sold for $1.8 million. Or in Park Allen, where a single-family home was bought for $345,000, demolished, replaced with an 8-plex which sold for $2.35 million. Rent for the majority of units in these multiplexes then goes for over $2,000 a month, not including utilities, which is currently higher than the average rental rate in Edmonton. In addition to this, had these properties been kept at current interest rates and with a modest down payment, the monthly mortgage payment would have been lower than the asking monthly rental rate. People looking to buy single-family homes are being outbid by developers with deep pockets, making affordability worse, not better, as you are eliminating many of these entry-level homes in our mature neighborhoods. The preferred housing choice is still a single-family home, which is being bulldozed at an alarming rate. One of the few groups who spoke out in favor of the current bylaw at the June 3rd review were advocates for student housing. Why not look to our downtown core, which has the existing infrastructure, is close to transit, the 2 major post-secondary institutions, an office vacancy rate of over 20%, not to mention all the empty lots that are crying out to be given life. Go to any college town in the US that might not have much more to offer than a healthy student body population, and you will see the vibrancy that this can create. Why continue to go into mature neighborhoods and try to destroy everything that makes them so special and unique? There has been a lot of reference to the fact that 6 units have been allowed since 2019, implying that we should all be fine with 6 units. But the fact is, the uptake of these builds wasn't occurring until the implementation of the federal funding because they didn't make much sense. There's also been a lot of questioning about the magic number of units, 6 versus 8, or is it 2? I would hazard to guess the reason why there is no consensus is because a one-size-fits-all solution does not work. What works in one neighborhood may not fit in another, or even a particular part of a neighborhood at that particular time. It is time to give communities a seat at the table and include them in these discussions. And I don't mean picking those sympathetic to your cause. I mean truly engaging the members of the communities and letting us have a say in how our communities should evolve and grow. After all, we are the ones who are living here. You have already achieved a 3-year housing supply target in 1 year. It is time to take a pause and look at the effects this bylaw has had on our mature neighborhoods, changes that cannot be undone. During this reflection, I ask the city to reintroduce a mature neighborhood overlay to ensure important context is respected. Together, this approach will ensure the city moves forward towards its density goals in partnership with all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Ian Ping Lu.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Yan Ping Lu. I'm an investor out of Promise, and I'm currently owned a few IS zoning lots in Edmonton. Each of them is in the development permit review process. I'm here today to express my deep concern and frustration with the proposed change to the IS zoning, especially lack of transition period time for projects already in progress. Just a few months ago, my team finalized designs and submit multiple development permit application, each of them fully compliant with the IS zoning rules in place at the time. I hire professional architects and engineers, pay all required fees, make significant investment decisions based on the city existing bylaws. But now I'm being told that unless those permits are fully approved before today, then I will be forced to reduce unit numbers from 8 to 6. This is not a small change. It's a major change with a serious financial consequence to us. The changes will result in substantial losses. First, it will drop our land value. For example, I purchased a lot in Windsor Park for over 900K based on the expectation that can build 8 units. But if I can now only build 6, the project no longer makes sense in finance anymore. The land value will drop largely, I believe at least 200K. But this lot development permit application is near to approval after a few revision of drafts already. I believe it will take 1 or 2 more weeks we can get the final approval. Besides that, we also have a lot of soft cost for each lot. For example, I have already invested over between 150K and 150K and 200K for each lot, including now 35K for architecture and consulting fees, appraisal fees, CMC mortgage broker fees, energy efficient deposit fees, and construction land charges, which is a lot. And also, it will delay our construction as well. And those delays, it will trigger high interest payment, holding costs, and other financial stress. I'm just a normal investor. With the new changes, I expect to lose at least between 350 and 400K per lot. Even before construction even began, one of my sites already demoed. But financial is secured. We're ready to build. But with the new changes, the loss is disaster to me. And also it will ruin my whole family. We cannot afford the loss. The reason I chose Edmonton because I believe in the city long-term vision and its state support for responsible infill development. But within a short time, now I live asking, are we being punished for believing in the vision and following the rules? And I fully respect councillors' authority to revise zoning policy, but those changes, they are not minor changes, and there's no transition period time, and it will create serious harm to those of us who act in good faith under existing laws, who believe in Edmonton City. But who's responsible for those cities? Should I bear all the full burden for doing everything by the city of laws? This is just not about one permit. It's about trust. The city must not punish those who believe in its vision and made real commitments accordingly. So, but still, I respectfully urge council to adopt at least a 1-year transition period because the last zoning it was I believe it was I was told it was released last year January, not even 2 years yet. For example, all complete applications submit on or before July 31st, 2026 should be reviewed under the current art zone regulations. This it will protect
I am
investments already
so
made.
sorry. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that you joining us. Next, we're going to go to Thomas Matters.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for providing the opportunity to address you. It is quite apparent that notwithstanding Council's good intentions to address housing needs through densification by bylaw changes, that citizens, including me, are upset with the perceived lack of citizen consultation and the after effects and consequences of those bylaw changes with what appears to be unrestrained development without apparent concern and regard for citizen, resident, and neighborhood impact. I support a moratorium to any further development at this time, except approved single-lot building for skinny homes and duplexes. I oppose the amendments on the basis that they are not restrictive enough and do not contain a mechanism for possible citizen appeal for each development application in mature neighborhoods. Some of us question where should we go from here. We need to identify what the quotation marks acceptable development on a single lot. What are possible solutions to address the concerns expressed while still pursuing home and rental building and densification? I would like Council to consider establishing a small project team which may consist of several city planners and one independent facilitator chair hired by Council who has labor relations and project management experience. The mandate of this team may include establishing timelines for recommendations to Council, hold structured area community league meetings to obtain input and possible solutions for development alternatives such as skinny houses, triplex, multi-unit, how many stories on interior and corner lots, and identify development concerns such as parking, landscaping, waste, and recycle removal. Any other alternative should ensure there is the opportunity for input from citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Carl Parkinson.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I'm speaking today to express my support for the key changes made in the zoning bylaw renewal, specifically allowing up to 8 units on any lot, including mid-block. I am a homeowner in the Allendale neighborhood, one of the core mature neighborhoods that has seen an influx in new infill over the last decade, and particularly in the year since the zoning bylaw renewal came into force. I feel it is important to speak frankly, and the truth is that the complaints about the zoning bylaw renewal are largely, if not entirely, illegitimate, with very little basis in fact or reality. The truth is that the bylaw renewal has been enormously successful. The goal of the renewal process was to allow for more types of housing to be built across the city, leading to densification of existing neighborhoods, curbing sprawl, and improving the environmental and fiscal sustainability of the city. All these goals have been met. The city saw an enormous increase in the number of new units built inside the Henday and the number of new units built near transit. Every single one of these units adds to the tax base without requiring major infrastructure expenses. Every single one of these units makes our city less dependent on sprawl and helps to curb our greenhouse gas emissions. This is what success looks like. Now, I understand that there have been many complaints and concerns voiced in opposition, both during the bylaw renewal hearings in 2023 and in the time afterward, including the last few days. However, just because concerns are voiced does not mean that the concerns are valid. First, complaints about neighborhood character are, again, to be blunt, in my view, nonsense. Insofar as neighborhood character is an actual thing, it is a thing created by the people in a neighborhood, not the height of the buildings or the number of doors or the lot coverage. At best, complaints about neighborhood character are a misunderstanding of what makes a neighborhood a community. At worst, they are a cover for the real motives of wanting to exclude people of a certain race, class, or other demographic from a neighborhood entirely. Second, concerns about new density overloading existing infrastructure are not true, as EPCOR has repeatedly testified to in committee. I know all the council members already know this. Third, the change, while it has been real change, is not unprecedented, as housing opponents have claimed. There certainly was a large increase in the number of new units built in mature neighborhoods, but there was not a large change in the number of permits issued or actual buildings constructed. And again, this is the magic of the density afforded by the zoning bylaw renewal. Speaking specifically about 7 and 8 unit multiplexes, the sort that are on the shopping block in this hearing, there were 173 permits for 7 or 8 unit infills granted in 2024 across the entire city. This is out of nearly 6,000 infill permits approved. So that's about 3% of all permits were for 7 or 8 unit buildings. People complaining about less than 5% of new infill construction, I believe, are simply not being reasonable and simply shouldn't be listened to. And finally, even ignoring all of the above, opponents of the bylaw renewal have a fundamental misunderstanding of what a city is and what living in a large city entails. Yesterday and today, we heard about the supposed devastating impacts that infill has had on communities. These include horrors such as shadows on backyards, doors on the side of houses instead of the front, and thinking new builds are ugly. Again, these complaints are not valid, and they largely boil down to people not wanting their neighborhoods to change and inventing reasons to be upset about change. The suggested remedy is for members of these neighborhoods and others like them is to have a veto over infill construction across the whole city, thereby denying housing affordability widely in order to placate the demands of a privileged few. I believe this is entirely absurd. Many speakers in favor of this motion have given the game away. They openly state that reducing from 8 units to 6 units mid-block is merely the first step in rolling back zoning changes to what they were prior to the bylaw renewal. I understand that some councillors think there is a pragmatic compromise that can be reached to quell opposition, and that this amendment can reach that compromise. I believe that belief is misguided. So I urge you all to reject this amendment and continue to be a leader in housing reform in Canada.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Next, we will go to Mei Shu. Mei Shu.
Hi. Hi.
Go ahead, please.
Or is it Mei Jian?
No, I have Mei Shu. No, number 12. Okay, next we will go to Allison Thisson.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Allison Thisson. I live in McKernan with my husband and our 2 daughters, ages 5 and 2. I wanted to share a bit about why infill and density matter to me not just as a planner or a policy issue, but as a mom and someone who has wanted to live in this neighborhood for a long time. When I was in university, I lived in a little bachelor apartment in this area. It was small and expensive, but I loved being there. I always dreamed of staying, of one day raising a family in a walkable neighborhood like this, close to the LRT, close to the university, and close to everything. But after I graduated, we just couldn't afford it. It wasn't until recently, with new housing options being built, that we were finally able to move here. We now live in an infill home in McKernan. It's been amazing for our family. My girls can walk to the park, we can bike to the library, the LRT is a short walk away. Since we moved, I've been getting thousands more steps a day. I track them on my smartwatch. I feel healthier, more connected to my community, and honestly just happier living this way. But the proposed changes in the bylaw threaten to make it harder for other families to have that same opportunity. Reducing the number of permitted homes or making it harder to build them doesn't make our neighborhoods better. It just makes them more exclusive and less affordable. We need more homes in areas like McKernan, homes that real people can live in, students, seniors, young families. The more people welcome into our neighborhoods, the better they become. More support for local businesses, more kids to play with at the park, more life on our sidewalks. I really hope we don't undo the progress we've made. Let's keep moving forward to a city where more people can live in the kinds of places they've always dreamed of. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Jian, Ying. Jian?
Hello,
Hi, go ahead, please.
this is Mei Jian.
No, I'm sorry. No, we are at Jian, Ying, Zhang.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, point of order. I believe the speaker, Mei Jiang, keeps popping in because they missed their name being called, but did not know that they're now at the back of the line.
Yeah, you'll be called again. Please go ahead. You'll be called again when your turn comes. So please, you are not part of this panel at this time, okay? Next, I'm going to call if Jian, Ying joining us. No, they are online. I don't see them. Okay, they're not. Okay, we are going to carry on with Sheila Fimster. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Today I'm just going to say a few things that I thought of as after I attended the last hearing. You know, when you leave somewhere and you think, I wish I would have said that. I just have a few comments, some of them sort of unrelated, but I'll proceed anyway. Every neighborhood is different. If you want to live in an intensified neighborhood, you can choose that. But for those of us who picked a quiet single-family neighborhood, why shouldn't we be able to feel confident that the character of that neighborhood will remain? As for the percentage of population reduction in mature neighborhoods, by intruding with high density, you are in fact suggesting that people whose children have left should not be able to enjoy the neighborhood and the home that they invested in. One person today mentioned that 2% infill, but high density done incorrectly and disrespectfully can in fact affect the entire neighborhood. A real estate agent mentioned here the other day that 30 buyers turned down looking at a home because they don't want to live next door to the inappropriate infill nearby. This bylaw is affecting property value and creating a trap that people can't get away from. Since I can't mention any names and I live in fear of what I might do wrong here in council chambers, I will say this: except for 2 councillors, everyone on council here voted in favor of the bylaw 2001. I won't say the names, but I'm asking the public to please look at publicly available voting charts available online. The other day, a psychologist made a statement about the stress and trauma this has caused. Here's just one example. A gentleman I recently met had to sell his home for $100,000 less than market value just to get out of Edmonton and away from an 8-unit mid-block building. Can you imagine the stress? This is unjust. I also heard administration talk in favor of organic creep. And I asked this question, aren't bylaws supposed to prevent creeping? Last year, one of your councillors said this is not going to happen fast. In fact, it's happening at lightning speed. People are being shocked and surprised by what's happening in their neighborhoods. We all have a real fear of what's coming this summer to our neighborhoods. And to the developers who are complaining about being abused by people angry about your projects, I have a question for you. Why build something neighbors don't want? Why build something that destroys the look and feel of a neighborhood? Where is your integrity? How is the trauma you're causing ethical? This bylaw and this council will go down in history as responsible for the destruction of this city and the character of our neighborhoods. And lastly, to this council, one question. How do you feel about the pain and damage you've caused? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Questions, colleagues? Questions through the panelists? I have... no, that was last one.
Can we check with the clerk? I believe there should be some names on the board.
We're just opening up the speakers queue. Marisol, in the meantime, would you like to call the missed speakers on this panel just to make sure that they're here?
If they were called, if their names were called, okay. Let me see, is Niraj, Nath here?
Present, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Niraj Nath, owner of Endura Developments, an Edmonton-based infill construction company focused on thoughtful, well-designed housing in our city's core. First, I want to acknowledge the speakers before me, both in favor of and against these changes. There have been valid points raised on both sides, and it's clear we all care deeply about Edmonton's future. Years ago, there was hesitation around skinny homes and duplexes. Then townhomes. Now many are okay with townhomes, but not walk-up apartments. This pattern shows us change is hard, but communities adapt and our city grows with them. At Endura, we've built our business around that growth. We're a local employer with a dozen staff and dozens more trades who rely on us. We design responsibly, engage neighbors, and build with care. The current zoning, paired with better access to financing, has finally created the conditions to support growth in the right areas. One of the most impactful tools has been mid-block housing. Gentle density that allows us to deliver missing middle housing that blends into neighborhoods. We've invested years and millions into a business that supports Edmonton's goals: compact growth, affordability, and sustainability. We've followed the rules, delivered quality projects, and contributed to vibrant, evolving communities. Please don't pull the rug out from under us now. The proposed setbacks are also deeply concerning. They're barely an improvement over the outdated mature neighborhood overlay. On shallow lots, they're especially damaging, making it almost impossible to build efficiently or bring forward the housing the city says it needs. This policy threatens to undo real progress. This isn't just a zoning update. It has serious financial consequences. Lenders don't look at unit count. They look at loan amounts. If you reduce density, you reduce loan size, and funding disappears. Without funding, these projects die. The ripple effects are real. Canceled builds, lost projects, office staff, trades, engineers, suppliers, real work, real people out of work. Add to that the uncertainty around financing tools. CMHC's MLI Select is an evolving program, It may not exist in its current form 18 months from now, which is how long it takes to acquire land, secure permits, build, and lease a project. Changing policies in the middle of that process creates massive risk. And while people throw around the phrase 5% down, it's not a reality. You need nearly 25% of the project cost in cash to start. Throughout construction, you recoup some of that equity, but only if everything goes smoothly. By the end, you're left with about 5% in the deal. That's how these projects are financed. Now reduce an 8-unit building to 6 and the pro forma collapses. Rent drops, construction stays the same, and the project no longer serves the debt or delivers a return. The math doesn't work and the project doesn't proceed. As a builder, I can tell you speculative multifamily projects are already hard to finance. Add this policy and it might be impossible. This isn't just about neighbors, it affects everyone in the housing ecosystem: builders, trades, suppliers, engineers, lenders, and renters. And it comes at a time when Edmonton desperately needs more housing, not less. I do understand the concerns, but no great city was built by standing still. Responsible growth is possible, and it requires us to support the very projects that make it happen. Please don't let one policy stop years of momentum. There's too much at stake. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see if May Shu joining us. How about Jian, Ying, Jang? No? Okay. We have about 5 minutes. Councillor Nath.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I appreciate all of the panelists here as well. I guess I'm going to start with maybe Ms. Fimster, because I believe sort of your desire would be sort of more of a full repeal on this. And as you've heard in this panel, we've heard from some who are saying we shouldn't even make the building length changes. They feel that that's too much of a step back. I guess I wanted to get a sense from you. Do you feel like, is there a middle ground on this for you, or and I'm going to ask the same question of probably Mr. Parkinson at some point, because I got an impression that they also were not interested in it. So I'm trying to figure out if there is any openness to actually coming together on some of these things, or if that's not possible.
I guess I would come back to you with a question. How can we go back? Like you're saying we can't. There are only a couple of small changes that are on the table right now. Otherwise, we haven't had our say. We don't get to say what we want. I would answer the question of, is there a middle ground? Yes, we've been crying for a middle ground for over a year, longer than a year, during the first public hearing. A middle ground would be a building that fits into the neighborhood. A building, for example, in a single family neighborhood, not more than 4 units, let's say, or 2, a similar height.
Sure.
I just don't understand how it's okay to put something that doesn't fit into a neighborhood and say we are a problem if we don't agree. I live in a single family home. I do not want an 8 or 10 unit next to me. That will degrade my property. As I said, I met a fellow recently who had to sell his home for $100,000 less than property or market value because it was next to a building. That's not
fair. Can I ask you what for you, like when you say, hey, I'm thinking maybe 4, maybe 2, what do those numbers do for you? Like why does that feel acceptable? Like what is it that feels like, oh, okay, this is something I'm a little more comfortable with, but when you go to 6 or 8, like that's too much. Can you talk about like what brings you comfort when you hear those numbers of 2 or 4?
Well, thanks for the question. In the past, the mature neighborhood overlay protected mature neighborhoods. So you had to have the same setback. The footprint had to be similar, the height had to be similar. It even went so far as to make the appearance of the home look similar to the neighborhood. I mean, many brand new neighborhoods are built that way. You have to have the same colors, the same doors, all those things. I mean, my neighborhood doesn't have that restriction. but that's what makes most people uncomfortable. A 3-story unit next to a single family home does not feel comfortable. I have a friend who has 2 of those, one on each side of her, downtown, and because of the setback being 6 feet closer to the sidewalk, she can't see down the street. She can't see to back out of her driveway. This is not comfortable.
So for you, would you say, let's just say for a hypothetical, even if it was a 3-story single family home, you would feel the same way? Like, because this is what I'm trying to get. I hear you around sort of the building context and experience. What I'm trying to understand is the one piece I feel I haven't had a clear enough answers to help me inform this decision is unit count. So can I ask you, if it was just a single family home, but it was that same 3-story height, those same setbacks, you would also have the same issue then, is what I'm hearing you say, correct?
I'm not 100% sure of that. I have seen some infills that were built years ago that look comfortable enough because they have those other aspects. They have the same setback, the same footprint. At least those things provide some atmosphere that matches.
So I guess what I'm asking about is under the current rules with the current heights, the current setbacks, if there was a single family home, so essentially a McMansion type style home that was built, that would also cause you the same concern you've expressed sort of about an 8 units development, because they would be taking up the same footprint, and therefore it sounds like that would be generally a similar level of concern to you. Is that correct?
Yes. I think the thing that you're not thinking about in this question is if that same size of building now contained 8 or 10 families, you're talking about density in terms of people. So because the city doesn't require parking either, that affects all kinds of things happening in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we are going to take a lunch break here. We'll be back at 1. Do we need a motion to be back at 1? Can someone move that we reduce the lunch break from 1:30 to 1 p.m. So we'll come back at 1 p.m.
So moved. Second.
Okay, please vote to resume back the meeting at 1 p.m.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Rice. We'll mark Councillor Carmel and Councillor Pickett absent.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Or display the votes. That is carried. Okay, we'll be back at 1 p.m.
We are live.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll call this public hearing back to order and begin with the roll call. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette. I believe he indicated he wasn't going to make it back by 1. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi is in a meeting. He will be here shortly. Councillor Hamilton. No. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, we'll continue on with our questions of the speakers. I am next, but I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Salvador, who's the only other councillor in chambers here, to take the chair, please.
I have the chair.
Thank you. My first question, and I do kind of want to do a bit of a rapid fire, would be to Ms. Kronewitt-Martin.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. You talked about needing to have to accommodate 600,000 Edmontonians, and that would mean having to, I think, kind of bulldoze every single family home we have, is the way that I interpreted that. What are your sort of calculations?
I'm sorry, what I said was majority of our older homes.
Okay, the majority of older homes. Okay, so I just did some quick calculations myself. Maybe if, we had, 600,000 people on average, 3 people in a residence, that would be what, about how many homes? I did have calculations.
The average for homes, which we go on for in Canada, is 2.1 per dwelling unit. That's the average.
Okay, so 2.1.
Calculation.
If in an 8-plex we could have 16, 17 people. So how many homes would we have to? How many older homes would we have to?
You know what? I'm sorry. That's up to your administration to tell you.
Okay. Oh well, but it's just because you brought that forward.
And
that 600,000.
I said majority is you've got the majority of in older homes, and so if you have 300,000 homes in a 300 homes in a neighborhood, and I'm saying majority, not everyone, then you do the calculation. So if you say even 200 times 8 times 2.1.
Yeah, I was just wondering sort of what data you had to support that assertion. So, okay. The next question
really is up to the administration to do growth strategy.
Well, I think it might also be up to those making these assertions to provide the data to support these assertions. But anyhow, my next question is to Ms. Derzac with Situate. So you're speaking here in opposition, but only in opposition to the reducing from 8 to 6 units. Is that right? The other changes in the motion you're okay with?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Wright. Yes, my main concern is the reduction in the unit count of 8 to 6. However, I'm also concerned with the cap on building length. So I think that IDEA's proposed rewording would, and as articulated yesterday, would make buildings a lot more feasible and reduce a lot of variances if that were to be changed as well.
Okay, so but we would still be allowed at the permitting stage to look at a variance then?
I believe so, yes, if the change goes through,
I'll check with admin on that then
Okay.
as well. Thank you. And then my next question, I think, was to Ashley Nabe or Naby? Are you online? No? Okay. And I think, and Miss Feimeister, she's not here, not online. Oh, too bad. Okay, I will yield the rest of my time then and take back the chair. Councillor Salvador. Thank you. And up next is Councillor Jans.
My questions were for guest Nabe as well, and she's not here, so I'll yield my time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Thank you everyone being here and for speaking this important topic. So I do have a few questions. So my first question goes to Mr. Shu. Burton Shu.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Be here again. So I heard, I just want sorry. My question to you, I just want to make sure what I heard here, you are opposed because of they immediately a change take effective, or you are opposed to the change itself?
So we actually opposed to the for the timing is our main concern right now. Yes.
Okay, so
because lots of our projects is ongoing, either in the BP or DP or BP application now. So we would like to request for kind of a grace period.
Okay, so that's very good. So my next question, thank you. My next question goes to the Miss Ru. Miss Ru, are you there?
No, yeah.
Yanping Lu.
Yes, here.
Yeah. Thank you for coming to speak. And then also you talk about some like financial impact on the investment you already put on. So your concern also is focused on the timing as well, or
Yes. We need at least a few months or maybe 1 year transition period, because for the lots we have put a lot of money and all the asset from the family. You're gonna lose the whole family,
Okay.
Because now for each lot, if we change to like from 8 to 6, the family will crash.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Thank you. And so my next question goes to Miss Martin. So, Debbie?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so much. So in your presentation, I heard you quoted some data and already demonstrated our city already achieved the goal and housing goal and for 1.8 million people. So can you be more specific? I just want to make sure I got all the data right here.
Well, what I was saying was that prior to the zoning bylaw, for 7 years before that, the city of Edmonton had been calculating the amount of infill with targets per year. And we had actually met and exceeded the infill targets for 1.8 million people for 7 years. I actually gave a presentation on that at the zoning bylaw public hearing with the actual numbers. And those numbers were from the city of Edmonton's website. Okay, so I don't have my presentation right in front of me, but we were meeting and exceeding the infill targets to take us to 1.8 million. In 2022, we actually met and exceeded the infill targets to take us to 2 million people.
So the point here is because those targets are already gradually met. And so what I heard is we need to pass.
What I was saying was that the old zoning bylaw, with its restrictions, was still succeeding in attracting infill development. Okay, and that was when we allowed lot splits and duplexes, we allowed secondary suites and backyard suites. So we were allowing up to 6 units. And the developers were building, and that was before the CMHC grant came into play. And they were building and people were buying it, but it had a different type of look and feel because they actually were designed with a mature neighborhood area overlay to fit into the neighborhood. And you didn't hear any opposition to infill. So what I'm saying is we can do it. We just have to be willing to go back to look at this and see how we make this fit into the neighborhoods. And we can get that infill. It will happen. It happened before. And actually, I did check the CMHC website, and it's still, we would still qualify.
Okay,
for
I'm
their
sorry,
grant.
the
Thank
Councilor
you.
Rice's
Thank you. My
time is
time
up.
is out.
Anybody else for questions of the speakers? No, well, seeing none then, I will thank the speakers for those that returned this afternoon to answer questions. And I think we'll move on with our next panel. I do just want to check with the clerk first, just to make sure what the process is for all those that are remaining.
Absolutely. So we have, if a number of individuals didn't respond when their names were called, so if you want to call all their names once, we have sent an email to all of them letting them know that their name would be called one more time. I'd suggest we stick with panels of 15, so we'll call names, and once we have 15, we'll hear from those folks and repeat if need be.
Okay, and this will be a mix of those in favor and in opposition, correct?
Very possibly, yes.
Okay, all right, so I will start with our first names on the list, starting with what is listed as in favor for panel 3. Layli Mohammadi. Christine Watts.
I'm here.
Thank you, Christine. Kyle Witu.
Yep, present.
Thank you. Next is listed as panel 3 in opposition, Andrew Bembridge.
Yep, present.
Thank you, Andrew. And now we've got a mixed bag here. Justin Thomas. George Campbell. Angela McBrien. Connor Glenn. Andrew Loss. Sunny Yaramchuk. William Yin. Well, this one I know is here. Kevin Taft, please have a seat. Justin Carter.
Present.
Thank you, Justin. Ryan Smith. Alexander Nikevsky. Paul Kim. Joseph Young or Jung. James Stat. Peter Elliott. Oh, sorry, Joseph? Are you Joseph?
What's that? What's that?
I'm just double checking with somebody in chambers here that stood up to, I think, go walk over. Paul Kim? Okay. I'm sorry. And then Joseph Jung? James Stat? Peter Elliott? Michael Brown? George Robinson? Drina Schneider?
I'm here.
Thank you, Drina. Chad Oman?
Chad is online. We'll just try to reach out to see if there's a technical issue.
Okay, thank you. Alex Green? John Concannon? Karan Nagpal? Dennis Sanche. Yuvraj Johan or Chohan. Troy Fernandez. Rob Cairns. Xingbin Li.
Xingbin is here.
Hello, thank
Online.
you. Thamir Sharif. I don't see her on the list here. No, well, so I've got the updated list, yeah. Jennifer Porritt. Pawan Dhaliwal. Jacinta Ball. Tony Mahi or Mahe. Matthew Lawrence. David Rostrup. Charisse Rimal. Mark Zubas. Foster Karcha. Max Paquette. James Callan.
Here.
Thank you, James. Verinder Buller. Ramon Gill. Nicole Appersbach. Samuel Rad. Brett Bombeck.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Brett. Edward Huck.
I'm here.
Thank you, Edward. Before I turn the page, I'm just going to count the numbers for the panel of 15. I think we're at 11?
Yes.
Okay. Troy Fougere. John Persia. Mo Fazi. Aaron Budnick. Win Shapka. Andrew Struthers. Albert Anderson.
Present online.
Thank you, Albert. John Yuan.
I'm here.
Thank you, John. Alex Yang. Lynn Lee.
Alex Yang here.
Sorry,
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Alex Yang
Yes.
and Lynn Lee.
Yes, I'm here.
Alex, okay. And
That's a panel of 15.
the other voice I heard was Lynn Lee, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So that brings us to 15. That will be our panel.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Sorry, Madam Chair. It's Councillor Knack here.
Oh, yes?
Just as I had just a request. I realize there's only about 9 names left on the list that were called once before. I appreciate that we've generally kept to 15, but I don't believe there's a a legal requirement to keep to 15. So I feel like it might just be worthwhile to finish those 9 names, and even if they're all here, then it's one final panel
I
instead of
think
trying
that's
to
a
do.
wonderful suggestion, and I think our legal is on side with that, as well as our clerk's office, and if everybody else is, I see some nods in chambers. If there's no objections, then I'll continue on. So our next speaker would be Jing Li, Morgan Yang, Don Ann.
Yes, I'm here.
Don, thank you.
Yeah.
Paul Bellellia. Arvin Batia.
I'm here.
Thank you. Marij Khan. Ron Yakimishin. Mei Shu. And I might need help with this one. Zhang Chang? Zhang?
Yes, yeah.
Yes?
Mei Shu is here.
Mei Shu is here?
Yes, yes.
And Jianxing Zhang?
Right here.
Yes? Okay, thank you.
I believe we have a Mei Zhang as well on our list.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, is there an addition of Mei Zhang?
Yes, that
Mei
would be the
Zhang
last
is
one.
me.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's J-A-N-J or?
J-I-N-G. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I think that brings us to 1920. All right, so I will return the chair back to Mayor.
Can you start with the first speaker?
I can start with this first speaker, and that would be, first of all, before we start with the speakers, for those that are online, you don't see that we have a group City Hall tour from Northwest College. So I would like to thank the teacher, Ms., and I know you had trouble with this one, Jimenez? Okay, Jimenez, okay. And from Northwest College, and they are in Ward O'Damon. Your counselor is Counselor Stevenson. So today we are hearing, well, the past few days we've been hearing from Edmontonians in regards to some changes in our zoning bylaws where we build homes for people in the city. And so we're just about to hear from other speakers. So welcome, you can stay around and listen in. I think we do a round of applause, don't we?
Yes. I just saw them outside, so it's good. It was cool.
Okay. All right, so first speaker then was Christine Watts. Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the quality of living in these previously rare side-facing row housing unit buildings. The alleyways and entrances created between buildings leave citizens vulnerable to negative encounters with both their co-dwellers and adjacent neighbors. Odors, smoke, noise, lights at night, crowding such as on moving day, and snow removal problems such as salt and snow being mixed and someone throwing it on someone's lawn, or the limited green spaces and damaging greenery. This is not conducive to safe neighbor relationships. And 2 or 3 adjacent row houses with side doors, which are currently allowed, would be even worse. Imagine 3 in a row. Alleyways are infamous for crime. That is one reason why row housing is normally oriented toward the street. There are better solutions to our housing crisis. Row housing on 2 adjacent lots with a little greater height could provide 16 dwellings that are safer, use space more efficiently, have fewer basement units per dwelling, and allow for more usable green space than row housing on overcrowded single lots. This type of housing, used successfully in Europe, the ones that face the street, and are around the world, have withstood the test of time. And double lot buildings open new possibilities. For example, the threat of light loss from larger buildings being built next to smaller ones is a big issue for those living on north-south oriented streets. This could be reduced with more height restrictions on the north half of a double lot building. The lower side could serve as a balcony, a big plus for families. The unspoken threat of the type of row housing now being allowed is the potential for them to be neglected and run down over time. This is a real threat with poorly designed housing. Jane Jacobs, author of The Death and Life of Great American Cities, emphasizes that in order for streets to feel safe and build community, we need eyes on the street and positive encounters with each other. We can make our city better with infill, or we could do a quick slipshod job that we would be stuck with for many decades. The city needs to take time to find a way to encourage and support the building of better, safer designed row housing. I guess that's where I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Kyle Wihito.
Yeah, Witu.
Please go ahead.
Thanks. So my name is Kyle Witu. I'm a resident of an infill home in Inglewood, and I'm a registered.
Sorry, point of order. I can't.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak up, please? Close to the mic.
You can't hear me?
That's better.
Is that better? Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Kyle Witu. I'm a resident of an infill home in Inglewood, and I'm a registered professional planner with over a decade of experience in both the public and private sectors. Today, I'm speaking in favor of the proposed amendments because they address many of my concerns with the current RS zone, though not all. But I do think the most pragmatic approach is to adopt these adjustments now while continuing to analyze, critique, and tweak the bylaw in future months, hopefully with the aim of creatively bridging community and industry concerns, advancing context-sensitive infill, and rebuilding some lost trust. I specifically want to dive into design regulations and infill outreach at the city because I think these present the greatest opportunity to improve quality and perception of infill in Edmonton's neighborhoods. In my view, infill was really starting to mature and become accepted in most neighborhoods prior to the adoption of the new zoning bylaw. And certainly in the past 6 months, the tone of conversation among my neighbors has notably shifted to the negative. So what's changed? Two things in my view. First, the elimination of the mature neighborhood overlay, or MNO, as well as the infill liaison team within administration. I'll be the first to admit that at the time the new bylaw was adopted, I didn't really think removing the MNO was a big deal. I now view it as essential to striking a reasonable balance between necessary renewal of housing stock and existing neighborhood character. The effects of the MNO was a progressive and refined evolution of the most easily quantifiable and regulated components of neighborhood character, that being the box within which you can build. This is crucial in existing neighborhoods where new homes aren't being built block by block, as in the greenfield condition. The proposed amendments regulating the location of unit entrances, street front design will help improve the experience on the street, while the reduction in building depths will help protect a neighbor's enjoyment of their property. One further tweak borrowed from the MNO that I'd like to see in a future amendment is revisiting of front setbacks. The MNO required these to be generally consistent with front setbacks on abutting lots with some reasonable wiggle room. It's my contention that an important quantitative measure of neighborhood character is found in the pattern of front setbacks along a block face. In my neighborhood, where existing setbacks are between generally around 8 and 9 meters, the current bylaw's 4.5 meter front setback sticks out like a sore thumb. But I do also see in my neighborhood some really excellent examples of progressive yet gentle adjustment to front setbacks through infill along entire block lengths, thanks to the MNO. Moving on to the infill liaison team, that team was established to advance the city's infill conversations through outreach, education, analysis of issues and complaints, and served as a dedicated point of contact for community and industry infill questions. As part of their outreach, I think they met with EFCL and other groups regularly. And considering their small size, the service they delivered was timely and very well informed of and responsive to infill issues due to their ability to analyze and synthesize large volumes of feedback, both at the citywide and neighborhood levels. Again, in my experience, people felt heard and were given the information and tools to understand the changes in their neighborhood and where they could and could not influence those changes. They also built bridges to compliance through the tools and outreach they performed with the builder community. So in conclusion, yes, approve these amendments. Yes, continue monitoring and adjusting the bylaw. In particular, examining opportunities to shift infill tools to a context-based chisel rather than a broad brush. And yes, explore adjustments to service priorities to provide dedicated, responsive, and neighborhood-focused infill engagement, improve infill investigation, compliance, and enforcement, and provide infill builder education services, perhaps in particular targeted at new builders. Thanks for your time, and I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Andrew Bembridge.
I have a presentation that followed the clerk.
Okay, also, can you please speak up?
Yep, sorry, 1 second, let me just adjust my microphone. How's that, Council?
Go ahead, please.
Awesome, thank you very much. Well, thanks for letting me speak today. Speaking in opposition to the proposed amendments to our RS zoning that we have in place under the new zoning bylaw. Sorry, excuse me. Just going from the top here, because I have a little bit of a photo show. I just wanted to go up through as a resident of the Prince Charles neighborhood. First up, let's drop this 8-to-6 amendment. Having 8 units is not only more economical for the builders in mid-block and on corner lots, but it just makes more sense, having more neighbors in our communities to pay their taxes to help build neighborhoods out and support those city services that everybody loves and knows. We also want to drop the, in my opinion, this reducing maximum building length thing. If you're really dead set on keeping it, do the idea suggested 25 meters or 50%, whichever is more. Allows that adjustment on larger lots. Also allows for getting that statistically average kind of 25 meters that administration showed in the report. Also, we want to drop the side entrances thing. And I'll show a couple photos of actually some really nicely integrated infill that have those 4 doors on each side, one for the main entrances and one for the basement suites. Looks really nice. It's a design thing, and I would say if you want to do it, also adjust how that setback works on the interior lot line. Make sure it's a little more comfortable, more accessible. You have that extra couple feet of space that makes that integrate much better. Also just want to underscore that mid-block development and any development in mature neighborhoods, we spent the time to get rid of the M&O. We spent the time to revise and years of engagement to bring this new zoning bylaw. It's really important that we understand this is just natural progress. Our neighborhoods are reinvigorating themselves. People are coming into them. Other speakers have mentioned population loss in significant droves that have struggled with all the weight of restrictions like the M&O to get over and start redeveloping and really reinvigorate neighborhoods. It's just regular. And then just in that note, I want to point out that we've had this conversation before. We have been there. We have done this over and over and over. The same people coming in saying how destructive and awful and how ruinous it is to these neighborhoods. They were arguing the exact same thing about skinny homes and infills. And now the skinny homes are the magic bullet. Duplexes are the magic bullet. Where's the argument? It just keeps slipping back. It's the same points over and over again. It's actually getting a little frustrating as a citizen of Edmonton to keep hitting ourselves backwards in service of people that really just are unhappy about any change in neighborhoods, period. And then there are better ways to advocate for making your building look better. The development permit process, the building design, anything like that. There is a small section of these amendments where we are changing the architectural requirements for the front facade. Actually, you know what? I'm going to demonstrate in the picture in a second here that you know what, totally cool with that if it's implemented properly. More windows, more natural light, looks really nice. You know, some changes to the front facades, totally cool with that. But go re-engage with the rest of the city to actually, you know, get involved in the design process. If you want to change how your neighborhood looks and you want to enforce some character things to help developers better fit into the neighborhood. It's not a zoning issue. Next slide, please. So just really briefly, just quick photo tour of my neighborhood. This is actually development mid-block, 8 units on, so 4 up, 4 down on 2 lots. So it's 8 unit on each side. Usually mischaracterized blatantly as a 16 unit development. It's actually 2 separate lots with 8 units on each. So demonstration of actually a developer using that front architectural facade of having much more than that minimum 7%. Lots of great windows. The spacing on between the buildings is great, as well as in the back where you can't really see. There's a significant amount of space for new parking, as well as just the rest of the lot unused for green space. So it's really nice. It's integrated, it's considerate of the neighborhood, and it's actually nicely designed. So if you go look at the permit, that developer's done a great job in integrating that to the neighborhood. Next slide, we'll just do a quick trip through. A lot of these are existing infills prior to the ZBR. They integrate well. Prince Charles are three neighborhood previously. So we actually lost some capability when switching to RS. Next slide, please. A couple more examples. A house that actually is mid-block that would be great to put into a mid-block development to reinvigorate the neighborhood for a derelict house. Next slide, please. And finally, just a nice luxury infill.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate this. Next, we're going to go to Kevin Taft. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship and Councillors. I hope my slides are ready. I'm speaking in favor of the proposals under consideration today. They are improvements over the current situation. I also want to be clear that I believe further changes to the zoning bylaw, district plans, and policy and city plan need to be made urgently, but one step at a time. Could you bring up, oh yeah, we got the first image here. The current bylaw goes much too far, too fast, as you have heard. What do I mean by too far and too fast? The image on the screen right now is from the McKernan Community Newsletter delivered last week. It shows 16 current applications for rezoning to higher density in McKernan alone. More than half are mid-block. These 16 applications are in addition to many more eightplexes that have been automatically approved in McKernan under the RS zone. This pace of change overwhelms a neighborhood's capacity to respond. This is not healthy growth, and it is not gentle densification. The amendments today address some of the bylaw's extremes, but please do not fall for the claim that any reduction in number of units will kill projects. It's the same kind of all or nothing bluff used in negotiations by OEG and every other industry. 6-unit buildings are being built across Canada. They can be built here. The next image, please. This is a picture of infill under construction in Highlands. I don't live anywhere near Highlands, but I'm sure most Edmontonians would agree it is a special and irreplaceable reflection of Edmonton's early heritage. We cannot freeze Highlands in time, but we could require infill to fit in with the community. Taking account of context is a basic principle of good design and architecture. The current bylaw deliberately removed any requirement for infill to consider context. It's an open invitation to bad, cheap, ugly, offensive buildings. There's no need for that. And while the amendments being considered today do not go nearly far enough, they would at least curtail the extremes of the current bylaw. Next image, please. While I support the amendments being considered today, I'm concerned that they be enforced by city administration. In recent hearings, Council has heard genuinely distressing accounts of infill builders ignoring or violating city bylaws. At one hearing last month, administration told council they'd investigated one site 12 times, and yet the builder carried on. 12 speeding tickets and you lose your license. 12 times caught cheating at university and you're kicked out. For infill builders, it seems no such limits are imposed. This photo on the screen is of the backyard of an 8-plex in Queen Alex, approved and built under the current bylaw. Last November, I showed this photo to my councillor, who immediately told me that covering the entire backyard in concrete is illegal. I think he was right, but apparently that doesn't matter because it's still there. I'm left wondering if administration has failed to enforce bylaws that council has passed. I mention this because even if the amendments proposed today are passed, if they're not enforced, they will be largely ineffective. As some of you on council are perhaps beginning to realize, the zoning bylaw, district plans, district policy, and city plan do not enjoy widespread public support. Instead, they are garnering widespread public hostility. I urge council to pass the amendments being debated today as a small course correction on what will surely be a much larger journey. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for joining us. And next we will go to Justin Carter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I have a presentation.
Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Mayor Sohi, councillors, thank you for having me today. My name is Justin Carter, and I'm a homeowner in Greenfield. I'm taking time out of my workday to be here, as I did on Monday, and I would have preferred to provide feedback in a way that was not as difficult for working people, like a proper survey. But I'm here. I know this has been and will continue to be a stressful day with a lot of passion and emotion. So don't worry. I'm here to bring some levity to the proceedings. I'm going to put on a short game show. We don't have a production budget for the game show, so you're just going to have to keep track of your scores in your head. Next slide, please. The game show is called Okay or Not Okay. The rules are simple. I'm going to show you some images of residential buildings in Edmonton in context, but with the actual buildings blocked out so you can only see the building envelopes. Based entirely on the size of the building envelopes relative to what's next to it, I want you to decide if that size of that building is okay or not okay. After you have a chance to decide, I'll show you an image of the actual building with what's next to it and tell you if it's a multi-unit or not. Sound good? Okay, next slide, please. First one, this is an easy one. Okay or not okay? Next slide, please. So that was easy. Do you think it was maybe a multi-unit? No, that's just a larger single-family redevelopment home next to a bungalow. Next slide, please. A little harder. Okay or not okay? Next slide, please. Maybe that one was a multiplex, right? That's a duplex, actually. That's been legal for years, but much larger than the bungalow next to it. Next slide, please. Okay, getting harder. Okay or not okay? Next slide, please. That's actually a multiplex. That's a 5-plex, but the redeveloped single-family home next to it looks much larger, right? So it's very hard to tell. Surprising. Next slide, please. And this is the bonus round and final image. Okay or not okay? This one's pretty clear, right? Next slide, please. Okay, is it clear? Those separate balconies look like it's a multi-unit, but that's actually a single-family home, towering over the bungalow next to it. Okay or not okay? Next slide, please. So the purpose of this is to just point out, to test the justification that changing from 8 to 6 mid-block is about building size. I keep hearing that the buildings are just too big, but without knowing what they are, whether they're multi-unit, can you tell? I don't think you can. I think it's the shape of, it's not the shape of the building that's worrying people, it's the kind of housing it represents, multi-unit housing. And if that's true, then changing the unit cap from 8 to 6 or 8 to 4, whatever, isn't going to fix the concern. It's just going to limit how many people get to live inside the hen bay. And this leads me to a question then. Why 6 units specifically? The committee rejected Councillor Rice's proposal to go to 4 units, so that leaves 5, 6, and 7 as options. And my understanding of zoning bylaw renewal is that this was a process of substantive information gathering, consultation, reflection, all those things. I moved to Edmonton in 2023. I was aware of ZBR before I even moved here. So surely making another change from, let's say, 8 to 6 has a similar level of consultation and justification. So up here on this slide, all the other changes proposed by administration have a rationale on them. They explain why we're doing this thing. Next slide, please. But when I look at the rationale for 8 to 6 specifically, it just says change proposed as directed by a motion at Urban Planning Committee. Now that's not a rationale. That's just describing the fact that you asked admin to write this up. And credit to Councillor Jans for, I think, pointing this out on Monday, despite it being your amendment. Next slide, please. Councillors, next slide, please. I'm going to help you out here. I've put up all of the things I know about the options 5, 6, and 7. Now, I struck out item number 3 here because even the people advocating for a reduction aren't asking for this. The Residential Infill Working Group at the June 17th committee meeting asked for a discretionary pause period for over 8 units. But that's not what we're seeing here with this amendment. The only difference I can see between 5, 6, and 7 is that 6 is an even number. Like, is that it? Is that the substantive justification for the policy change from 8 to 6? Because I'm genuinely curious. Can anyone stand up and say what makes 6 the right number of units mid-block? Because if we get this wrong, we're not just changing a number in a bylaw document, we're limiting people's future housing options in this city. And I hope the justification for doing that is more than that 6 is less than 8, more than 4, and greater than and divisible by 2. I hope you'll reflect on with this policy change, whether this truly serves our needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Paul Kim. Paul Kim. Oh, please go ahead, Paul Kim.
Yes, Paul Bellellia.
No, not yet. Not yet. Paul Kim. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How about Drina Schneider? Drina Schneider.
I'm here. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so where are we today? Over the past 18 months, a total of 1,145 building permits for new residential builds were issued in the city's mature neighborhoods, of which we have 111 of them. Of these, close to 30% of permits were for row house development. More specifically, 50 permits were for 6 units, and 255 permits were issued for new builds with 7 or more units, with the 7+ representing 79% of total row house permits and 22% of total permits in the mature neighborhoods. So 7+ unit builds represent a significant percentage of our new builds in our mature neighborhoods. Why are so many multiplexes coming on board? Is this to respond to a demand for this housing form? If so, then why weren't more of these multiplexes being constructed before, when previous zoning apparently allowed for it? All indications are that the uptake in this housing form is not based on demand, but rather external factors that are highly incentivizing this housing form. Under MLI Select, all eligible new builds must be purpose-built rentals with only a percentage of units needing to be affordable to qualify. So based on some quick research, rental units for the main ground units look to be in the $2,000 plus range. For context, CMHC reported that the average rent in Edmonton for a 3-bedroom unit in a row structure with 3 or more units was $1,700 in October 2024, and vacancy rate for units with rents that were $1,500 or more was 4.2%. So when looking at affordability, it is really only the basement suites that meet the affordability criteria. The main units just offer housing choice, especially with the high-level rents that are charged in those neighborhoods where private homeowners have already reinvested over the years. If you look at MLS, there are 6 listings for triplex builds and 20 listings for 4-plex builds in the areas between Yellowhead Trail and White Mud Freeway. All of these are being advertised as prime investment opportunities, with pricing ranging from $1.7 million to $3.2 million. Many of these builds are still under construction. Because Edmonton is still considered affordable compared to other cities in Canada, our city has become a magnet attracting speculative real estate investment. This momentum and interest in building purpose-built rentals is not showing signs of letting up. So assuming most of the 6+ units are purpose-built rentals, I would contend that the ZBR has not been very successful in addressing affordability, especially with respect to home ownership in our existing neighborhoods. Why are the proposed amendments appropriate? Existing community. Residents have raised strong objections to large-scale infill appearing in the middle of their streets with legitimate concerns. Existing residents have personally invested in their homes in their neighborhood. This is not entitlement. New development should enhance the existing neighborhood character and not take away from it. That is the premise of gentle density. Building form. Our zoning and policies around site coverages, setbacks, etc., need to be equally applicable to a single home, a 3-skinny build, or a multiplex. So a monstrosity of a single-family mansion allowed under RS cannot be viewed differently than a monstrosity of an 8-plex and vice versa. We need to make sure our new development physically blends in and complements the rest of the neighborhood. Why a 6-unit max for mid-block is not going backwards. Point 1, Edmonton's population growth has moderated, reducing pressure for immediate high-volume infill. Population growth is forecast to slow 3.1% in 2025 from 5.7% in 2024, followed by a 1.7% growth in 2026. Point 2, CMHC housing supply shortage report that was released last month indicated that unlike major Canadian cities, Edmonton is not facing a significant housing shortfall and doesn't require additional supply beyond what's already projected. Point 3, limited affordability gains. To date, it appears that most row house infill is purpose-built rentals, thus providing limited affordable home ownership opportunities, and only basement suites are likely to be considered affordable. Point 4, home ownership. A max of 6 units would allow for a triplex on a single lot, which would be more affordable. Or you could have duplexes. Either case, homeowners have an opportunity to add basement suites or garage suites. This allows for incremental and organic densification. 5, focus density where it's better supported. The proposed amendment channels growth to the corridors and nodes where stronger infrastructure support is available, and that what our success for infill will be primarily measured on. 6, while Edmonton has been recognized as a leader in planning and zoning reform, it doesn't mean we've done it right the first time. Many other cities have only allowed up to 4 units on a single lot. 6 still puts us in a position of being progressive.
Sorry, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Chad Oman. Chad Oman. Okay. How about Quinn Bin Lee? Quinn Bin Lee.
They did reach out to our office and let us know they might be a bit late.
Okay. And James Callahan.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
All right. Hello, counselors. I was born in Fort McMurray, but when I went to university here, I fell in love with Edmonton. After living outside of Edmonton subsequently for nearly a decade, I heard that Edmonton City Council had passed 2 crucially important bylaws. One is the removal of all parking minimum requirements, and the other is the zoning bylaw renewal of 2024. It may sound silly, but that news is actually what spurred me to move back, buy a home, and settle here. Those bylaws just made me so optimistic for the future vibrancy and resiliency of the city. When I bought my home in Belgravia, I understood I wasn't also buying the airspace rights above my neighbors' houses. What makes my neighborhood great is not the small homes and big yards. It's the safe sidewalks, the public trees lining the street, the proximity to cycling and transit infrastructure. I would love to be able to watch my community grow and flourish as we share all these perks with more citizens. Among the most effective changes in the ZBR was increasing the number of units allowed on a lot by right to 8. This was an important step forward, even though we're still inhibited by other restrictions like coverage, height, and large setback requirements, but that's to be expected in a small-scale residential zone. Only a year has passed with the new zoning in effect, and we have not had enough time nor seen enough infill to measure the effects properly. I think it would be too hasty to reverse them now. The number of new 7 or 8 unit buildings in each ward is a mere 14 on average based on permit data. So 14 small-scale buildings per ward in a city of the size of Edmonton is just not worthy of many of the complaints we often hear. If your own expertise or other thriving cities around the world cannot convince you that the ZBR is working, at least just give it some more time. We cannot chase down every last fickle complaint and stall real progress on basic needs before it can even begin. I've heard how street parking will be an issue from residents in my neighborhood, but I wonder if they've actually ever looked at our streets. They're nearly empty at all times of the day, not even close to capacity. I might also point out that if free parking provided by the city is indeed overused, then perhaps the city should simply charge for its use. We should cut back on the number of ways we subsidize car ownership, and free parking on expensive city infrastructure is a low-hanging fruit, in my opinion. Other complaints like garbage collection for multi-unit buildings may require a new solution, but it's not hard to see that such a solution need not compromise, delay, or reverse the flexibility of the new RS zone. Frankly, this type of issue is just a new challenge that we can overcome, and I don't think it has to do with zoning all too much. The proposal to move from 8 units to 6 units is actively working against what you and your constituents have worked so hard to achieve. Now, I know that this year there are some political games that some of you feel the need to play, and maybe you're right, but at some point, you as councillors must lead. You must trust your own expertise, and you must inspire the public, not make them jaded. You know that these amendments are a big step backwards. And again, you need to lead and find the will to reject this restriction on by right zoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we would go to Brent Bombach? Brett Bombach.
Yes, hello, yep,
Please
I'm
go
here.
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I should have a presentation, so just hang tight on the timer for now. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Council, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you and my fellow Edmontonians today. I spoke to you on June 3rd, and I'm again sharing a photo of my wife and daughters as I speak for them as well. Next slide, please. Here's the photo I showed you on June 3rd of my home, flanked by the development of 2 8-unit rental row houses. Earlier speakers will have you believe it will take 140 years to see even one of these on your block, but somehow I have 2, and a few blocks away, the same is occurring. Numbers are just that. They don't show real people. Let me show you the progress in the 3 weeks since the previous meeting. Next slide, please. And this is not even up to date. Another story on the building to the right has been added since Monday. You can begin to see the scale and context has completely missed the mark for this mature neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is not an apartment building, although it certainly feels like one. This 3-story monolith will be flanking both sides of my yard, bringing all the expected impacts with it, like loss of trees, sunlight, parking, and privacy. I share this as a cautionary tale for all of you who may not realize exactly how crushing this experience is to a family who has had the rug pulled out from underneath them. Next slide, please. Here's my backyard, the view my children have on both sides as they play in the yard. Next slide, please. And finally, I'll leave us on this slide for the remainder of my talk so you can continue to reflect on how out of step these developments really are with the surrounding neighborhood. At the last meeting, I and several others urged Council to share data on whether this unprecedented development spree was going to achieve, or whether it was achieving its goals of accessibility and affordability. Were these the right homes in the right places? It was acknowledged that this information was not available. Unfortunately, I saw no motion passed to get this information. I do not see it in Monday's report from administration. What I did see in the report were comments on how permitting has been approved, investment's been improved, and barriers to development have been improved. But what about the impacts to mature neighborhoods? The redeveloping area, as you've named us, has borne the brunt of them. New data Monday shows 70% of new developments occurring as 8-unit row houses. That means that when a house gets knocked down next to any one of you out there, there's more than a 70% chance it will be an 8-unit rental row house. This is creating a great deal of anxiety and stress on the neighbors who are envisioning these monoliths you see up on the screen going up next to them. This is not gentle nor incremental. I'd also like to share some quotes from the City of Edmonton's press release from January 16th, titled Missing Middle Housing Takes Off in 2024. At the end of 2024, the city is 97% of its way to missing middle multi-unit housing target of 7,741 units, 2 years ahead of schedule. Also, one of my colleagues who spoke earlier on yesterday was quoted in this same report as saying, middle density housing is no longer missing in this community, and that's a huge asset. So what we know now is you've met your targets through unprecedented development, and we also know that you've created absolute chaos in the neighborhoods throughout this initiative, and neighbors are upset. But we don't know whether you've achieved your goals. The time to pause, to rebuild the trust of your constituents, to create bridges between communities is now. And that all starts with listening and showing us that we have a voice. Unfortunately, we were not the targeted stakeholders you consulted in your review, but we certainly are the stakeholders who have been most targeted. First, I support the changes proposed only as a move in the right direction. However, what I do not support is the notion that a reduction to 6 units, as another speaker recently said, and only mid-block is far enough. More work needs to be done to ensure that development occurs within context. I'll say what no one else wants to. Whether the buildings beside me are 8 units or 6 units would have been immaterial and will be immaterial to others who will have them eventually arise beside them. Height and setbacks need to be reduced. Just look at the screen and tell me that fits in. To build on an earlier comment, I'm also urging for an eventual return to a mature neighborhood overlay where development to address the needs of all Edmontonians can occur within context. Together, this approach will ensure the city moves towards its density goals in partnership with all residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Edward Huck.
Well, good afternoon. I am also taking time out of my workday. Is everyone able to hear me adequately?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right, so I'm a resident of McKernan, and the issue I want to talk about, first of all, I will just say that I believe the entire bylaw should be repealed and the mature neighborhoods overlay reinstated. What I want to talk about is parking. So infill is targeting mature neighborhoods such as the one where I live that are along transit corridors and LRT corridors. And one of the things, there are quite a lot where I am on our side of 114th. And one thing it's fairly rare to see any provisions for on-lot parking on the things that are going in. And I have yet to see a single one with adequate on-lot parking. So what this means is that all this density, it is density with none of the benefits of density, because all the people who are coming in here have nowhere to park but on the streets. And our neighborhood already functions as an unofficial park and ride to compensate for the missing parking infrastructure in the city. So bringing these in is actually choking off the ability of residents from farther out to access things like the LRT, which are required to allow them to access things like downtown and to sort of prevent the donut effect in the city. I'll just briefly say about Belgravia. I would say that the Belgravia experience of parking should not be considered representative. There are exactly 3 entrances to that neighborhood, 2 of which are blocked by LRT tracks if you're coming from anywhere to the south. So in many ways, Belgravia is kind of behind a moat and a drawbridge in terms of its accessibility. Anyway, that is pretty much what I have to say. I will just say that, again, I believe that the bylaw should be repealed and the MNO reinstated, and that this is going to be the major issue for me on the next municipal election. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Albert Anderson.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for your time. My name's Albert Anderson. I'm also a McKernan resident and homeowner, and feel it's deeply important that I have a chance to present a contrasting viewpoint from my neighborhood. Can you hear me, everybody?
Yes, we can, yes.
Yeah, great, thank you. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area and watched a generation of anti-housing policies strangle the housing supply and destroy the livability for anyone but tech millionaires. For decades, each of the municipalities in the region refused to allow more housing built in a generational game of chicken, hoping to offshore responsibility to house new arrivals to other towns. In the meantime, unattainable single-family infill locked out any other options for decades to come, pushed normal people further out into distant suburbs, and mired the whole region in endless traffic. I will never again be able to live in my hometown because they didn't build enough housing. For my friends and colleagues who remain, the cost of housing distorts every aspect of their life. When my wife and I moved to Edmonton 15 years ago, we chose McKernan because of its walkable proximity to White Ave and access to the LRT. Based on the average cost of car ownership in Canada, we have conservatively saved over $100,000 by living in a neighborhood that allows us to easily be a single car household. As a long-term homeowner, I've been so fortunate that I've been able to personally opt out of the housing crisis afflicting our country, to treat it as an academic exercise in the headlines as not my problem. But I refuse to pull up the McKernan ladder behind me. More people should have the same opportunity and structural advantages of living in a neighborhood like mine, to living here. Edmonton's forward-looking growth and progress on zoning permissiveness over the past 15 years give me hope for the future of this city, knowing that my new home isn't making the same catastrophic mistakes that my old home did. It makes me proud to be an Edmontonian. Let's not throw that away. We can work on fixing forward. We've barely kept up, but to pause is to fall behind. We've seen in presentations this week that the motions presented would kill a range of high-quality family-supporting housing projects and compromise many more. We've also heard that the changes proposed only tangentially address most of the biggest concerns from residents. If we need to improve design regulation, let's go after that. Let's get to work. If we need a better waste collection strategy, let's get administration on that. Maybe we can refine unit types to encourage right-sized family-supporting builds with more density than skinnies provide. No shade on 1 and 2 bedrooms, but honestly, they do seem a lot easier to slip in. Great, let's go. But these amendments are the wrong fix for the wrong problem with the wrong tools. I encourage council to vote no and direct administration to find more appropriate solutions to address residents' concerns without blocking the housing that we need in the city. Stay the course, build the housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will. Okay, hold on. Next is Jian.
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jian. I'm actually based in Calgary, but I do have a very deep and growing connection to Edmonton. My son just graduated from University of Alberta, and during his studies, he was fortunate to live close to the campus, within walking distance. That experience gave him a sense of community, safety, and independence. As a parent, that meant everything to me. To spend more time here for my son and my investment, I've come to truly appreciate what the city offers. In many ways, I now consider myself as an Edmontonian too. So when the new zoning bylaw was introduced in 2023, I saw it as a visionary step forward, allowing up to 8 units on our R-zoned lots, combined with predictable and timely permitting, position Edmonton as a national leader in housing policy. For investors like myself, who are committed to responsible quality development, it was a signal we needed. That's what led me to purchase land here and begin planning multi-unit projects, aligned with the rules of that time. However, the proposed rollback, capping units at 6, shortening the building length, and adding new design limitations changed the whole picture. Remember, this is not just small policy shift. They are fundamentally alter the economic feasibility of projects already underway. Personally, I now face the prospect of losing thousands of dollars per site on work already completed. Architecture design, engineering reports, consulting fees. More than that, it could mean months of delays, and for some projects, that no longer make it financially feasible. But more than financial impact, that's more concerning is the sense that rules can change midstream. I followed the bylaw it was written at that time. I made decisions in good faith. Now, I was told that those rules no longer apply and no grace period will be given. It's really, really discouraging. I myself completely understand that council is listening to community's concerns. That's important and admirable. But so is fairness, and so is trust. Cities, like any relationship, need trust and thrive. When people believe the process is stable, they invest. When they believe it can change without any warning, they hesitate or they leave. And the capital is mobile. I say that was someone from Calgary, where policies like RCG zoning are attracting a lot of developers. If Edmonton reverse course without proper transition, many investors like me, especially those from outside the city, may not feel confident bringing their capital here. It's just a reality. There's also broader consequences. Edmonton's population, as everybody knows, grew by over 65,000 people last year. That kind of growth requires housing and fast. If projects stall or get canceled, supply tightens and rents go up. That impacts families, students, newcomers, people like my son, who was lucky enough to find a housing near the university, but many others aren't so lucky. So today, I'm asking for a fair and balanced approach, one that doesn't undo the process that the city has made, and the one that still allows room for community input. Specifically, I respect the answer council to 1, grandfather of the development permit applications submitted under the current RS bylaw. 2, introduce at least a 12-month transition period to allow new projects to adjust. 3, committed to a clear data-driven approach for future zoning updates so all stakeholders, residents, and builders alike can plan with confidence. I believe in this city, not just as a master, but as a father, as someone who spent time here, and someone who truly wants to be part of Edmonton's future. So thank you again for your time, your service, and willingness to listen to all sides of the story. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Alex Yang. Alex Yang. No. How about Lynn Lee?
Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here.
That's Lynn Lee. Please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The reason I chose to invest in Edmonton because I believe in its vision.
Sorry, I'm Alex Yang. I'm here.
Sorry, who is interrupting?
Hold on. Just give me 1 second. Alex Yang, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, please go ahead. Then I'll come back to Lynn Lee after that.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm sorry. So, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm an investor and currently own 2
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, I'm speaking. Can you guys hear me?
Can you speak up a bit?
This is the mic not picking up my voice?
You're very, very soft coming in. Try again.
Wait a sec.
Yes, better. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alex Yang, as you can see. I'm an investor and currently own 2 RS zone lots in Edmonton, both of which are in the development permit review process. I'm here to share my strong concern about proposed RS zoning amendments, specifically the lack of a fair and reasonable transition period. First of all, the sudden changes penalize those who follow the rules. We have completed the design phase and submitted development permit applications. Both projects were carefully designed to comply fully with the RS zoning regulations in place at that time. Now I've been informed that if these permits aren't fully approved before the new bylaw comes into effect, it will need to redesign the projects, reducing the number of units from 8 to 6. And this is not a small revision. This is a major disruption with significant financial consequences. Second of all, the financial impact is substantial. Without a transition period, these sudden changes will lead to over $30,000 in sunk costs per lot for design and consulting fees and construction delays, resulting in higher loan interest payments, increased carrying costs and property taxes, and lost rental income and missed market opportunities. One of my sites has already been demolished, and construction financing has been secured. I chose to invest in Edmonton because I believe the city's long-term vision and its stated support for responsible infill development. These abrupt changes undermine that confidence. And thirdly, no transition period erodes trust. I fully respect the city's authority to update zoning policies. However, implementing such major changes without adequate notice or a transition window creates real harm to those of us who planned our projects in good faith. For example, I purchased a property near the University of Alberta for nearly $700,000 with the expectations based on existing zoning that I could build 8 units. If that's reduced to 6, the financial model no longer works, and the property's value is significantly impacted. Who bears that loss? Is it fair for individual investors to absorb the cost of changing rules after following them precisely? This is not just about one project. It's about maintaining trust between the city and the development community. We believe in the city's direction and acted accordingly. We shouldn't be punished for doing so. That's why I strongly urge the council to adopt a clear and fair transition policy to be reviewed under the current RS zoning rules. This approach would protect existing investments, avoid costly redesigns, and preserve trust in the planning process. City building requires a strong partnership between the public and private sectors, one grounded in consistency, transparency, and mutual respect. This is more than a zoning amendment. It's about what kind of city Edmonton wants to be and how it treats those who invest in the future. I respectfully request that Council delay the immediate implementation of the RS zoning amendments and adopt a reasonable transition period for applications already in progress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Lynn Lee.
Sure. Good afternoon. Thanks again for giving me this opportunity to speak today. So in 2023, when the new zoning bylaw was introduced, it felt like a real progress. The rules were clear, timeline were shorter, and Edmonton appeared committed to addressing its housing needs in a forward-looking way. That's why I bought land here. That's why I have already invested money into architecture plans, drawing, professional consultation, all based on the clear understanding that up to 8 units would be permitted. And I want to emphasize this point. We followed the rules. We invested in good faith. We trusted the process, and now those of us who acted early and supported the city's vision are being penalized. I understand that council must consider many voice and balance competing priorities. That's part of governing, but fairness also matters. When policy changes, there should be time to adjust. I'm based in Calgary. The transition periods help maintain the trust in the process and reinforce Edmonton's reputation as a city that welcomes responsible investment. And the truth is that the capital goes where it's treated fairly. I can tell, the competition for investment is growing. If Edmonton makes, abrupt changes without a fair transition, it creates, uncertainties, and uncertainties makes the investor hesitate, not because they don't believe in Edmonton, but because they are unsure if the process is stable and predictable. This is not just about investment; it's about housing. Last year Edmonton grew by around over 60, 70,000 people. That growth demands more housing. But if these changes slow development, and they will, it means fewer home, higher cost, greater pressure on renters and families. I'm not here to ask council to ignore concerns or move forward without thoughts. I'm asking for a balanced path forward, one that honors the commitments already made and also gave everyone's time to adjust. So here I respectfully request the development permit application already submitted under the current bylaw to be grandfathered. And also I'm requesting a transition period, ideally 12 months, to allow others have time to respond to the changes. And also the future zoning amendment to be data driving and implemented with adequate notice so that residents and builders and the city can all plan with confidence. Thank you again for the time, for giving this time opportunity and your consideration, and thanks for your continued work on behalf of this dynamic and growing city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Morgan Ann. Morgan Ann. Okay. No, then we'll go to Paul Bellellia. Paul Bellellia, please go ahead.
Yes. My suggestion to City Council regarding 8-plex parking is as follows. 1, parking permits should be issued to each house owner on the street. 2, these permits would be for curb frontage in front of their house. 3, the permit or numbered copy would be displayed on the dashboard of the vehicle designated by the owner of the house. 4, the owner would be licensed to order a vehicle in violation to be tagged and towed. 5, a $500 parking fine would be issued. 6, no parking signs would be placed in, no parking signs would be placed in front of every house explaining the permit, the fine, the towing fee, and compound storage fee. Good afternoon. I live in Edmonton. I attended the meetings when the developers are given carte blanche citywide, including the 8-plexes. City Council was warned by many speakers about potential parking problems. Council ignored those warnings. I was here yesterday, and I got the impression that nothing is going to change, even after the many speakers repeatedly complained about the parking problems caused by the 8-plex mess. I haven't heard any suggestions or plans to fix the situation, or having four parking places for 4 and 8 living units. You have got to know that there will be more than 8 vehicles belonging to the people who live there. There will also be visitors' cars. My brother and his wife, over a period of 40 years, poured thousands of dollars and thousands of hours of their lives into the house they purchased and refurbished inside out. This included the gardens. The purchase of a house where you plan to retire is a major decision and financial commitment. First, you decide what country you want to live in. Then you decide what province you want to live in. Then you decide what city, town, or county you want to live in. Then you decide the neighborhood or subdivision you want to live in. It's your choice. If you like high density, lots of noise, high crime, high traffic, homeless people camps, or if you want medium density, convenience stores, car dealers, etc., or if you want low density, single detached houses, parks for children to play in, and mature trees, low crime, quiet atmosphere, etc. My younger brother and his wife, who chose to live in a single detached housing area in Bonnie Doon on 76th Street. As the tumors in his lungs got bigger, he sat on a bench in his back garden with a book on birds and watched them in the trees and the bird feeder. Then two things happened. He grew feeble and bedridden and could no longer walk. And then construction crews tore down a house, tore down 2 doors down, and started building the first of 3 8-plexes with no advance warning. The house next door and the big mature trees that the birds are in are next to go. I never saw my brother smile again. He cursed the city council right to the day he died. His wife is going to be left with the 8-plex parking curse. I went down to the 8-plex that is over half completed. I asked the person in charge a number of questions. He told me that the 4 units upstairs each had 1 garage to park in. The 1-bedroom rental units in the basement had none. And all 8 units guests would, for all the 8 units, guests would have to park on the street. If anybody has a better solution, then do it. The council caused this mess now, and it's time to own up for it and fix it. I thank Councillors Rice and Principe and anyone else who voted against the
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next we will go to Dawn Ann. Dawn Ann?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I'm Don, a registered architect with 345 Architecture.
Can you speak up a bit, please?
From a technical perspective, I'd like to suggest increased flexibilities in 2 specific provisions. First, the restriction on the number of side yard entrances may be too limiting from a practical design standpoint. I understand the concern is neighbor privacy, particularly the risk of overlooking, but not all side yard entrances create this issue. I recommend the bylaw differentiate between elevated side entrances and those with door sills not more than 8 inches above the finished ground level. These ground level entrances can be effectively screened by a standard 6-foot fence at the property line. By exempting these lower entrances from the total entrance count, we can offer architects and designers more flexibility to create practical, livable floor plans while still maintaining privacy for adjacent properties. This adjustment would also ease the pressure to place multiple entrances on the front facade and help preserve the single detached character of our residential streetscapes, which many communities value. Second, on building length. While I won't repeat the concerns already raised, I want to highlight a useful comparison. I generally prefer Edmonton's zoning bylaw for its simplicity and clarity, but in this case, Calgary's land use bylaw offers a helpful precedent. In Calgary's RCG district, their counterpart to Edmonton's RS zone, for main residential buildings on corner parcels, there is no maximum building depth if a minimum 3-meter side setback is maintained between the rear property line and either 50% of the parcel depth or the building depth of the main residential building on the adjacent parcel. whichever is closer to the real property line. Incorporating a similar flexible standard could help support more thoughtful and context-sensitive infill development. Lastly, like many others, I'm concerned about the transition timeline. A sudden or unreasonably short implementation period could jeopardize significant time, planning, and investment made in good faith. I respectfully urge Council to allow a clear and reasonable transition period to give everyone time to adapt. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see if Arvinda Batia joining us.
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors and mayor, for giving us time to speak about this issue. I am a local developer in Edmonton and actually in Calgary as well, and have been working on some of these infill projects. And I just wanted to reiterate a few of the points that I think a lot of other people have already mentioned today, without going into too much detail. But we have various projects like between my family in Zone 3 in Edmonton, close to schools, universities, etc., where there is a need. Bonnie Doon, Pleasant View, Queen Alex. Those are the areas that we're looking at. And all of a sudden, you know, we're faced with all these changes, you know, that have come through last minute. And, you know, some of our projects, they've been in for DP for over a month, but the city planners have chosen not to act on them because they assume that these bylaws are going to go through. And, you know, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on, you know, consultants, engineers, architects, you know, buying these lots, properties, right, homes to redevelop, and really thought out plans and put a lot of time and effort into it. And all of a sudden for us to have to go back and redo all the work. And then back to kind of what some of the other presenters have said, I mean, you know, 8 to 6 doesn't, like, where's that 6 number coming from? It doesn't make sense. I mean, already the RS zoning had some really good rules around, you know, the 75 square meter requirement per unit. And so some of the lots are massive. And now all of a sudden to limit that to 6, it just, there's no rationale behind it. We got an email from our designer and they said, you know, the building depth alone, you know, limiting that to 50% of the lot depth. She said, currently we have left a larger than required front yard setback to lessen the impact to the city-owned trees here. I would suggest that the revised design be pulled all the way forward, the front setback line, right? And then even then we would be substantially reducing the size of our buildings. You know, we had planned these beautiful infills with 3 bedrooms, you know, ample space for family living, you know, and all of a sudden we're now going to be forced to reduce the footprint on some of these buildings just because of, you know, these requirements on lots that are massive. I mean, some of these lots are 800, 900 square meters. And so these kind of rules, you know, one size doesn't fit all. And so I think we need to take into consideration you know, lot sizes before just saying, oh, it's limited to this number or this number of units. I mean, we've got to, you know, take it back to the table, talk to designers, you know, consult and see what the impact's going to be, right? These amendments aren't proposing 8 to 6. They're proposing 8 to 0 because like a lot of speakers have mentioned, the numbers aren't going to work at 6 units. I mean, CMHC financing isn't going to work on a lot of these. And so a lot of these projects that people are continuing to do or work on to you know, bring affordability into Edmonton, to increase unit density in areas where people want to live, in communities where people want to live. I mean, we're gonna lose that. And then it's the faith, it's the, you know, the trust in the city of Edmonton for them to make these changes last minute. I mean, what sort of message is that sending to future developers or architects? I mean, the investment's going to dry up, and I'm sorry to say that. Like, you know, people are going to look to other cities because these last minute changes, I mean, these aren't things that people have been all of a sudden, I'm going to start building infills today. I mean, you've put months and years of effort into, you know, following the rules, the regulations, and all of a sudden to be sprung last minute with all these changes. I think everybody agrees that changes may be required specifically to design and fitting into communities, but let's put some time and effort into it. Both sides agree, like, changes are required, and I'm with that, but let's not just put in, these arbitrary rules and say these are proposed amendments and we're going to accept it. Let's take it back, engage the community, engage the designers, engage the developers, the architects, and see what works under the zoning, right? And give people time, give them a heads up to say, hey, this is what we're coming up with, and so that people can make decisions accordingly, right? Investment decisions can be made accordingly. And so I really urge the council to strongly consider this and be fair to everybody who's invested in the city of Edmonton and want to continue to invest in the city of Edmonton going forward. And that's all I'll say today. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Mei Shu. Mei Shu. How about Jian, Ying, Zhang?
Hi, Mei Shu is here.
That's Mei Shu. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mei Shu is here.
Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Mei Shu,
yeah,
please.
this is Mei Shu. Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak at this hearing. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Mei Shu, and I'm currently based in Vancouver. And I began learning about Edmonton's municipal land use and development policy last year. And after gaining a deeper understanding, I realized that Edmonton offers a strong support policy for real estate investment, especially for those interested in buying land and building homes. That gave me the confidence to enter this market as a real estate investor. So I consolidated some of my property portfolio from east part of Canada province and began redirecting some of my investment into Edmonton. This decision was driven made by my trust in the Edmonton city's supportive policies. Along with research I conducted on the current trends in population growth and housing demand in both Edmonton and Alberta as a whole. But this year, I've been actively preparing for the development projects in the city. So in June, everything was processing smoothly. I had already hired a designer and spent $10,000 to $2,000 on project designs. Since the property was intended to redevelopment, I had shut off the utilities and stopped renting it out. That also means I was covering monthly mortgage interest without any rental income, fully prepared for the rebuild. However, the recent policy change announced in June has had a major impact on my plans. Beyond the emotional disappointment, there are serious financial consequences. If the new policy moves forward as proposed, I will face significant losses, potential tens of thousands of dollars, due to the need to redesign and resubmit plans, further delays, and ongoing loan interest payments. This has forced me to reconsider the direction of my real estate investment strategy and evaluate the market as a whole. I wanted to share this experience with you today, not only as an individual investor, but also as someone who believed in the city's development vision and took action accordingly. So yeah, that's all. This is what I want to share with you today as a remote real estate investor from other province. So yeah, thank you again for the opportunity to share my experience with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I will see if Jian, Ying, Yang joining us.
Sorry, can you repeat the name?
Mary Shu, can you please mute yourself? Okay, here we go. Okay, please go ahead.
Can you repeat the name?
It is Jian, Ying, Hangs.
I'm not sure. Is it me?
Who? What is your name?
Jian, Shing, Jang.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak here. My name is Jian Xinjiang, an investor based in New Brunswick. I'm here to express my strong concerns and depression about the proposed amendments to ICE zoning, especially lack of the reasonable transition period. Our investment decision were based on the Edmonton City current zoning policy. Our financial models shows that building A units on ICE zoning lots can be supported by rental income without the need for the public subsidy. That's why we chose Edmonton over other markets, including my hometown, New Brunswick. However, in June 2020, last month, City Council to make a proposed amendments that would cap multiplex at 6 instead of 8. This will change our project's financing totally. To be frank, if I have known back in last January that only 6 units would be allowed, I would not have invested in Edmonton. But now City Council is put investor like myself in a very bad position. As an individual investor, I'm commit my entire family's savings and taking on high interest private loans to purchase those lots and cover early project costs. If we are forced to redesign for 6 units and resubmit our permit application, the consequences are severe. First, the lot value will be dropped. And also, we also have paid a lot of soft costs, like design fees, report fees, lender fees, mortgage broker fees, a lot of fees, another at least 150K per lot. And what's more, it will cost our construction 6 to 9 months delay. It will increase our holding cost and risk here. And those changes are not just small changes. And the loss that my family simply cannot absorb. I have to ask, who will cover those losses? Will the city take any responsibility of that, or am I simply following the city existing laws expect to suffer loss alone? We are not back.
You're in mute now.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, go.
Is it good now?
Yeah, please carry on. Yeah.
I mean, those proposed changes, however, coming just 1.5 years after the zoning law proposed last January, raise serious concerns about the reliability of the Edmonton planning framework. How can investors plan with confidence if the rules change suddenly without any warning or transition? I fully respect the City Council authority to revise the zoning policy. I'm not here to oppose those changes now. I'm here to ask for a fair transition time to adjust for our development without being punished or following the rules that were in place. If the council believes changes are necessary with respect to us, that you including the following a few points to consider. First, grandfather all the applicants already submit and pay for. Allow them to proceed under the current rules. And secondly, implement a few months transition period for new submissions. If those changes are adopted without transition. It will not only harm investors, developers, and builders, it will also send a message that Edmonton city policy are not stable, are unreliable. Capital will respond accordingly. Housing crisis eventually it will start, when it will rise, it will hurt Edmonton city in the end. For all those reasons, I respectfully urge Councillor to consider at least adopt a fair, reasonable transition process time. Thank you for your time to listen my voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to May Jiang. May Jiang,
Yes.
please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is May Jang, and I'm just an everyday Edmontonian who has called this city home for 25 years. I love this city. It's where I've raised my 3 children and built my life. As a mother, I've always cared about my children's future and the community around us. My older son struggled to find affordable housing near the university and downtown for work. That's when I realized how hard it is for young people to find a place to live in Edmonton. When I heard about Zone by Law 2001 and the city's Vision 2050 goals, I saw an opportunity to help. So I used my lifetime saving from my business to invest in an infill project near the university. I spent over $90,000 in upfront costs to ensure I followed the city's rules and supported its vision for more affordable housing. I have already demolished the existing house to make way for the project. I trust the city's transparency and the regulations. But the recent June 17 motion that reduced the allowed number of units in RS loans from 8 to 6 put that trust at risk. I'm not here to argue the change itself. What concerns me is how it is retroactively affected projects already start based off the original zones by law 2001. We already made our plans and the investments under the old rules. We submitted our application for an 8-unit building with over $90,000 already spent and the existing house already demolished. Now, we're being told our project may not be allowed. If we have to redesign, that's looking at more than $50,000 in new costs and major delays. Who is going to cover all these unexpected costs that were suddenly placed on us? Why should I have to blend all this sudden expense caused by this motion that I have no control over? What's more troubling is that this change is retroactive and came without any warning. We received no notice, no guidelines, no transitional period. We submit our application well before June 17. We cannot make any changes now, and we're simply waiting for the government's approval. There's nothing we can do to reduce the impact of this sudden change. This kind of sudden change undermines trust. When people invest in the city's future, they need to know the rule won't change without warning. If that trust is broken, it will discourage future investment and hurt the city's growth. Our request is simple. Please allow a transition period that protects those who submitted applications before June 17, 2025. We understand that the city may want to change its rules, but we shouldn't be penalized for following them in good faith. We believed in the city's vision and acted early to support affordable housing. In closing, I'm not asking you to reverse the policy, only to implement it fairly. Protect those of us who acted under the rules as they were. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Jamie Cipa.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here today to speak in opposition of item 3.32 because while this item might sound like a simple tweak, I think it's a step backwards in fiscal responsibility. I think we have two choices. Either we build density through infill, or we ask every single taxpayer to pay more to sustain this inefficient sprawl. Infill development is the fiscal responsible choice. Every year, Edmonton spends billions maintaining infrastructure, and we are reaching our debt limits. We maintain 12,000 kilometers of roads, which we are 50% under budget for adequate road maintenance adjusted for inflation, and the bill will be due, just like it was in Calgary not so long ago with the pipe bursting. Now, it's not the time to reduce density goals or slow infill. Infill development is the only way we can keep taxes from increasing. A single family home pays around $3,728 in taxes annually. But a 6-unit building on the same lot can bring over $14,000 without adding new roads. Meanwhile, development is expensive. You have to think of new rec centers. You have to think of new infrastructure being built for the new places we're expanding to. I believe that these are costs that we just can't maintain given current situation. So some might say, but what about neighborhood character? My question to them is, would you like to pay higher taxes every year, year after year, to help the infrastructure across all of Edmonton as it keeps expanding? So I say reducing maximums from 8 to 6 also won't stop growth. It's just going to push it to the outskirts, and it's going to just keep making it more expensive for all of us. Now, my final point is just saying, let's build a city that works, let's build infill, and let's reject 3.32. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that concludes hearing from all the speakers who were registered to speak and were able to speak. With this, now we're going to go to questions, to the panel, this panel, because we haven't asked them questions. So let's conclude the questions of this panel, and after that we'll go to questions of administration. Councillor Nath.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks to all of our speakers. I have a number of quick questions here. Alex Yang, you had talked about you have two developments, two lots that you own, and sort of the concerns about when you submitted. I just wanted to get a sense from you, since this is something newer for you. Did you engage the neighbors prior to submitting your final designs of those two developments? Is he no longer with us? Okay, I will keep going. Is Albert Anderson still with us? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks. Albert, I know it looks like you're mobile right now, so I wanted to ask you a question. Did you get a chance to see the visuals from Mr. Bombach's presentation at all?
Was he the 8plex on either side guy?
Yeah, he's the one sort of sandwiched between those two. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I do want to ask your question on this. Like, I hear what you're saying about the San Francisco. I hear the what happens when you don't meaningfully address this. But I also look at those, and Brett lives within the ward I represent, so I've been there and by, and like, do you also acknowledge that like that is a pretty dramatic change for him and his family, and the impact to them, and so do you feel that there's any type of, I think you did start touching a little bit on this presentation, but I just want to get a sense of your feeling and understanding of the impact to someone like him and his family.
Yeah, I mean, people have picked their place to live for a reason, and when that changes on them, it can be disruptive, it can be scary. There's also a lot of people who didn't have the opportunity to make that choice.
Mm-hmm. Which is fair. I understand that. I guess that, I'm trying to figure out this is again back to this question about, we can't make changes that will undo what is happening beside him. But I would suggest, is there a way for us to still try to provide that desperately needed housing choice without maybe that scale of impact that clearly is daunting, I think, in a real way for someone?
There's definitely, I mean, okay, I am not a architect or a builder.
Sure.
Um, there could be better, more refined zoning and or design and zoning being two separate issues, processes that we could do. Absolutely they can. I said, hey, let's go after design. Let's go after these other aspects. There's going to be room for improvement at all levels, but the changes proposed here don't seem to actually be solving a lot of the problems we're seeing.
Well, I appreciate that point. Okay, no, that's part of what we'll get into in questions of him, but I thank you for that. Drina Schneider, I think you're still online.
Yes, I am.
Wanted to ask you, you touched on in your presentation concern about sort of purpose-built rental being built, and I just wanted to get a bit more of a sense of that. I think part of why I asked the question is that, you know, we do know from a housing perspective, there about 1 in 4 folks that rent in Edmonton are facing housing affordability issues, and there are a lot of people that may never have the opportunity to own a home no matter what, and so I guess I wanted to understand sort of like, we do need purpose-built rental though too across the city.
Yes, and I want to preface this. I've always spoken in front of you guys as strong towns, as a private resident, always about a proponent of infill. So that doesn't change for me. But what changes for me is when I look at the type of product that we are getting. If you want to look at affordability, again, look, referencing the CMHC stats, 3-bedroom unit averages $1,700. The units, the purpose-built rentals for a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, whatever it is, they're at $2,000 plus. That's not affordable. So I'm trying to understand. My question back to all of this is, are we addressing affordability? The affordability in terms of what people can afford for rent is just the basement suites.
Yeah.
And if you wanted affordability somewhere, again, there is medium and high density development exists everywhere. And there is a role for that as well to address some of this.
Yeah, and I'm curious, and it's a great question about, like, you know, I think everyone's view of the question about affordability is often framed about what's happening in their local community, and I wonder if the question needs to be expanded to say, you know, in my neighborhood, we don't have that level of price point for rental, but our land values are less, so maybe we need to dig into that a bit. But I've not left myself enough time for you to respond. But thank you,
Councillor Nath. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Maybe Ms. Schneider, I will just ask, Councillor Nath had said that not everybody has the opportunity for home ownership, but I mean, there are those that don't want that opportunity. And so I think maybe having the extra housing available, housing supply available, gives those people that choose to rent an opportunity to rent at a lower cost.
Well, they're renting at a higher cost when you look at the value of the main units. But what I would say in return is, when we want to look at gentle density, and what do we want to see? If we want to see people being able to afford homes in our mature neighborhoods, and the skinnies aren't addressing that, then we need to look at other forms that allow for home ownership. Okay. And I don't see the data to support what we're doing on that end, because the uptake certainly isn't supporting that. It's supporting purpose-built rentals from what I can see.
So, okay, so I just want to understand. So you're saying that in mature neighborhoods should only be home ownership, not rental?
No, not at all.
Okay.
But what I say, what the uptake is and what we seem to be seeing now, we seem to see a predominant form of housing that is purpose-built rentals. Where is the affordable housing ownership opportunities in the past year and a half?
Well,
how have they
by
presented
increasing
themselves?
That housing supply will help to reduce the demand, which would bring down the cost of the rentals, and it will vary from neighborhood to neighborhood. Yeah. But and okay, I just wanted to go next to Ms. Watts. You had talked about, and I don't know if it was a study or where this I had just jotted down here in my notes that for eyes on the streets and positive encounters. Ms. Watts, are you there? Christine Watts? No, it was this one. She was the first speaker. Okay. So if she's not there, then maybe I'll go to the James Kalyan. You're in Belgravia? Because I just wanted to know where she got that sort of that information or that reference, because are you there, James?
Yes, hello?
Okay, yes, thank you. So you said that you moved to Belgravia because safe sidewalks and streets, and you wanted to be able to sort of share that opportunity with more citizens. Do you think that this would provide more eyes on the street and provide more positive encounters for neighbors as they walk along those safe streets?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, from my experience, being around more, I like to meet people. So everyone I meet, I try to talk to, and really, it's kind of a more the merrier situation for me. You know, I like meeting people. You meet people of all different kinds, and I just want that vibrancy in my city. You know.
Okay, just sort of knowing your neighbors and watching out for them.
Yeah, and I know a lot of my neighbors now, but and I've only lived here like less than 12 months. So, but yeah, more the merrier, like I said.
Okay,
yeah.
Great, awesome. And then is Justin Carter still online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for the game. I had fun with that. It was a nice change up.
Pleasure.
And I think you were kind of wondering and why 6 was selected. I don't know, maybe it's the average. Maybe we at committee were looking for a compromise. But maybe we can't compromise right now. On your number 4 slide, I think you had showed there was like a bungalow there, and then your
That's right, a bungalow on the left, and then there was another kind of redeveloping site on the right.
Right, yeah. So is this more of a sort of a transitional neighborhood, maybe, that they are going to larger buildings, or more multi-use buildings? Not multi-use, sorry, multi-unit buildings?
Well, that particular example I showed was a single family home. It looked a lot like a multi-unit, but it was in fact a single family. It was part of a subdivision. I believe the lot was subdivided when it was purchased. But the point of showing that one in particular, from my perspective, is just that the single family homes can be just as big if they're redeveloped as the multiplexes can be. So are we going to impose the same kind of restrictions on single family and say those are too big as well? You can't build yourself a big home on an existing lot. How are we going to adjudicate between size of single family that's very large versus size of multi-unit that's very large? And I haven't seen anything to support how you would adjudicate that.
Okay, and I haven't seen that actual data yet either. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To continue with Mr. Carter, just a quick question. In your photos, and it was fun, but would you admit there might be some mild forced perspective in some of those photos?
They're taken from Google Maps. I didn't have the chance to go around the city and shoot all of them. In fact, I think the fourth one was from the Realtor website.
Depending on the angle, a home can look bigger or smaller, just like with people in a photo. Do you think that that's fair to say?
Sure. Do you think that influenced any of your choices?
Well, I guess I would contend that, and I'll get your thoughts on this, that in all of the presentations that we've had today, there might be a little bit of forced perspective and positioning from all the speakers. Would that be fair to say? Everyone's got their perspective.
Yeah, I say, let's say we go back to Brett's presentation.
Yeah.
If we go back to Brett's presentation, he kind of had, that shot of like the wall of building along the one side of his property. I think everyone's going to try to show images that speak to their point. I'm not saying these 4 examples are, conclusive evidence. I'm saying it's an interesting thought exercise to look at the overall building envelope, whether you expand that and apply that in more scenarios and say, is this an interesting way to make judgments? Then that's my point.
Experiences are, well, extremely important and should be taken into account, are not a data set.
Yeah, that's true. I showed you 4 examples, but I only had 5 minutes.
Right, but I think this applies broadly. And that asserting a thing is not the same thing as proving a thing. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, I don't think I've asserted that I've proven anything.
Yeah, no, just I'm talking in general. Okay.
Sure.
So thank you for that. I agree. Maybe to Mr. Taft, maybe some tough questions because I think I have some respect for you, so I think you can handle it. A lot of these things go back like for decades and decades, and that's what people want to preserve, and I get that. Even back to 60 years. And so I'm kind of speaking to this idea of character of a neighborhood. But if we go back an additional 60 years or so, the city looked very much different. And as an Indigenous person, I had lots of people who were disenfranchised. Their land was taken away through unscrupulous means, and they watched from the sidelines as the character of their place was radically changed. So how far back do we want to go, or is it more instrumental to maybe look forward?
Well, let's look forward, Councillor Paquette. Let's imagine a city 10 years from now in which Highlands looks much the same as Meadowlark, which looks much the same as Aspen Gardens, which looks much the same as Dovercourt, which looks much the same as every other neighborhood, because we've got one-size-fits-all zoning compared to a city which is rich with variety. It doesn't mean that Highlands, as I said, is frozen in time. It means that infill there is required to fit the context.
So what is your primary concern? Is it character? Is it look? Is it equity for people? What is it?
For me, the fundamental concern is the entire package.
So no individual component.
So
you would put,
like saying what's the most...
mean, to be fair, are you going to put character of a neighborhood ahead of equity and justice for those who are kind of pushed aside?
I don't think it's an either-or question.
And neither do I.
Okay.
Neither do I. But I also think that, and I'll test your thoughts on this, young people who cannot afford a home in this world, in this country, in this city, because we have locked ourselves into artificially limiting supply or expanding supply to such an extent that a city cannot financially maintain it, do you think that they will care one way or another if it means that they can actually get even half a leg up in their future and for their kids?
Councillor Paquette, I think the discussion over the cost and affordability of housing gets grossly simplified. We had...
Okay, I disagree. I don't think that that's a gross simplification. I think it's a very real pertinent question.
Yes, but the simplification is if we just open the floodgates to developers and have them build all kinds of housing, that they'll build housing that
but that would mean that we take away almost all
Are you going to let me
restrictions.
finish my sentence?
Yeah,
please?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Please,
Sorry.
go ahead.
If we just open the floodgates and deregulate the market and let developers build what they will, the people who need the most help with affordable housing are not going to get it. Developers, the market is not going to meet the needs of the lower cost housing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm out of time. And we are not opening the floodgates.
No, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Maybe just quickly to stay with Speaker Taft. So just to your point about neighborhood character having different feelings in Highlands, Dovercourt, Belgravia. I think I'm always a little perplexed by that, as all of those neighborhoods, I believe, used to be under the RF1 zone. All had the same zone as well. So just wondering that line you're drawing between the regulations and the character that evolves.
The character of a neighborhood, if we compare Highlands to Belgravia, reflects different history, different geography, different phase of the economy when they were built. If we open a system in which every one of those neighborhoods is redeveloped using current standards, they're all going to end up looking more or less the same. We will lose the richness of diversity in our neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think so. I think I follow your point. It's that it's all being built at the same time, so you don't have that same era. Like again, one neighborhood built all at the same time. Yeah, okay, that helps me understand a bit more. I think I can follow up with administration just in terms of that rate of change. Then you were speaking earlier about, sort of the bad builders having a point system, 3 strikes, you're out, which I think is a really important one. And just wanted to confirm that you're aware of the construction accountability program that is coming in that will operate on that premise.
What I'm going on right now is, in addition to individual experiences, is our exchanges that occurred in this chamber maybe 5 weeks ago. I forget which hearing it was, in which quite a number of quite dramatic presentations were made around building practices, construction procedures, and so on. And the administration's response, as I recall it, and I'll stand to be corrected, is that they gave an example, I think it was in Crestwood, a site that they had visited and inspected 12 different times.
Yeah,
that seems to me to be very indulgent.
Well, and I can follow up with administration just to clarify some of the restrictions and limitations in terms of the processes. As you would know, when the city is issuing fines, when they're issuing different steps in an enforcement process, there are timelines associated. But I'll get that clarity. So appreciate that. I think just Speaker Huck from McKernan, are you still there? No? Okay. And then Speaker Bellellia, Paul? Hi. Just wanted to express my condolences for the loss of your brother. I'm sure that was a very difficult time, and I appreciate you sharing that context with us. I wanted to just give you a bit of time to speak a bit more about on-street parking. I'm hearing that's a main concern of yours. I'm understanding sort of having permits for residents, and I think I'm understanding that you would want only the homeowner to be able to park in front of their home? Oh, is my microphone?
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, I've given this quite a bit of consideration when I went down there and listened to them. And like I say, I went over to the eightplex that was being constructed. And I had a bit of a conversation with what I think was the superintendent that was building it, because everybody was taking orders from him. Okay. And I saw the places for the cars out back. There's going to be garages. It's not like a place to park. And I discussed the frontage, if there was any parking places available on the property at all. He said no. And what I was referring to was maybe the people that live upstairs in the top 4 units could have cars, and the rest of them would have to own a bicycle if they're going to rent the property underneath, because they shouldn't be allowed to have cars.
Yeah, and I think that
I was being kind of facetious, but nevertheless, if you're looking at fairness, when somebody's looking for a retirement property, and most of those people along that street are like that, they want to retire there and meet their demise in the house, whatever, and they put money into this. The neighborhood is changed.
Yeah, and I'm
Older
so sorry.
people like quiet neighborhoods.
Thank you so much. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, and thanks to our speakers for sticking around so long to share their perspectives with us in this hearing. I'll just go back to Speaker Taft as well, just to maybe seek a little bit of further clarity on some of the questions around affordability. And when I think about housing and affordability, one of the things I often say and reflect on is that the market alone will never solve the affordable housing crisis that we're experiencing, and there is an urgent need for subsidized, non-market, and truly public housing as well. But I'm seeing nods. You would agree that, or would you agree that the market does play a role in helping fill the entirety of that housing spectrum?
Yeah, if we're talking about a housing spectrum, really the housing market is several different markets. Yes, of course, private investors and market forces have a role to play in meeting, especially sort of the middle to higher end of that. And I think we both agree that private investors are not going to solve the problems of people who have the most affordability issues.
Right, right. Okay. Because I was going to ask a follow-up, but I think I got my answer. In this hearing, we also heard from some Edmontonians and folks who are currently living in multiplexes, whether they're 5, 6, 7, 8, in that multiplex range, and sort of the affordability that and opportunity that offered them. Thoughts on that piece? That would still be still a necessary piece, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should reduce this to an all or nothing kind of debate. You know, I'm with a group called Better Infill, not No Infill, because we think infill is important, but it can be done better. And, you know, I look in my neighborhood of Belgravia, where as infill has come in, the large majority of buildings, including probably a dozen low-rent walk-ups that have been demolished, have been replaced almost entirely with considerably more expensive housing. So we have these are really complicated issues.
For sure.
And
and I appreciate that. And I'm just aware of my time, so I'm going to jump to a different speaker, to Speaker Carter, to Justin. Are you still with us? Hi there. I guess taking away, or one of the conclusions I took away from the slides that you shared and examples that were depicted was just the question of, because we're talking about unit counts, but what we're also talking about is sort of the massing and the actual, I guess, built form of these structures, whether they're a single family home or multiplex or anywhere in between. And I apologize if I missed this, but in your presentation, were you supportive of some of the adjustments that administration proposed around sort of adjusting the building length and the setbacks to respond to some of the feedback that we've been hearing, but just not necessarily the unit count? I apologize.
I think I was focused mainly on unit count. I don't think we have time to enumerate the individual items I agree with or don't agree with. I don't agree with the reducing the overall building length, but some of the other suggestions in terms of, what the face of the building facing the road looks like, I have no major concerns with. So I think it's a mixed bag for me.
Okay, that's helpful. And then finally, just to Speaker Kyle Witu. Hi there. I know you mentioned the infill liaison team, and I'm only roughly familiar with the team, but can you just share what was your experience, I guess, in having that team? What gap did that help fill?
Well, it was a team that really provided that dedicated expertise on infill, both gathering feedback from residents, as well as kind of the builder industry community. So it was just, in my view, really helpful to bridge that gap, build that level of trust, and just over time kind of build a bit of acceptance and maturity in the infill market in Edmonton.
Okay, thanks for that context. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Is Guest Schneider still with us?
Yes, I am.
So there was I think it's slide 16 in administration's presentation. I'm not sure if they're able to pull it up, but they showed the mid-block housing distribution by neighborhood, and it really is, it was my first time seeing this drawing, but you can see the concentration of the infill has really been around the West LRT, and to some extent the Southeast LRT and the Capital Line. There's not a lot of infill outside of 1 or 2 kilometers from a train station. And I guess whether we put 4 units or 6 units or 2 units on a lot, how do we square this transit-oriented development whole? Because as we've seen, density and people and development and energy and everything continue to be attracted to transit.
Certainly around the nodes and corridors, transit-oriented development. I mean, this is where you're going to see your higher density development. And as it spreads out, so whether it's that 400-meter radius, the 600, 800-meter radius, I mean, that's where our densities decrease. I'm not against density. What's troubling for me is we see numbers that we're doing a great job, and yet what I'm seeing is we're not building home ownership into these mature neighborhoods, which I think people want. If I'm going to live in a suburb, where's my choice to own a home in the mature neighborhoods? And our development permits and our building permits aren't supporting that market.
So a home in one of the mature neighborhoods could be $800,000-$900,000, but you can maybe get half a home or a quarter of a home for much cheaper.
Right. So again, home ownership. So if we can build a triplex or build a fourplex, that is home ownership, and people can own it for $400,000, $500,000. That addresses that affordability, and people who live in the suburbs may want to say, I can actually buy a home now in the mature neighborhoods. I think that's where I'd like to see.
So
put it that way.
Your concern is the ownership piece. You're interested in access to purchasing a home.
Yeah, because I think that's one of the things we're trying to grapple with.
Okay, I see we have a housing report, and I'm trying to find the stat here, but it says where we're really short is in purpose-built rental. We have a lot of opportunities to buy homes, but what we're short is, I believe, no, it's even more. I think it says, census data show that Edmonton had approximately 78,000 purpose-built rental units to meet the needs of approximately 143,000 renter households.
Okay.
So we're batting about 50% there.
Sure. And then I would argue that how are we building these purpose-built rentals? Are they better appropriate in the medium and high-rise markets as opposed to homes? And again, I look back at what these rents are going for. These are not affordable rents at $2,000 plus utilities.
So I was looking on Rent Faster. You can find homes to rent with yards, but the utility bills are way higher.
Right.
Some people do want to rent in a multifamily or apartment setting.
And that's fine. But again, I'm looking at, we don't know how much of this product we're getting. And I think we need to better understand what is happening with this uptake. I'm not against it. I think there's a market for it. Is there a market to build 600 homes like this in the span of 2 or 3 years? I'm not sure.
Okay. So that's a question we can ask about that around uptake of what we're seeing in demand and growth. You are aware we're growing 50,000 people a year, 150,000 people over the last 3 years, right?
Yeah, but look into the future, and that growth is half. So again, I needed to look at all of this.
How do you think that growth is half?
If you look at I have to bring up my stats here, but annual growth rate, if you just give me a moment, because I do have that.
Yeah.
So
I guess in my last 45 seconds, can I ask you, are you supportive
Mm-hmm.
of the architectural changes proposed?
I am
to the RS zone?
Yeah. I am supportive of whatever makes our neighborhoods, what enhances our neighborhoods.
Could you be so we've got a suite of proposals here today. Do you want to comment on those?
I think it's just important that whatever new builds we have, it fits with our existing neighborhoods, and it adds and does not take away.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Jian. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
Happy to.
Is Speaker Arvinda Batia still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you raised some concerns. So I want to know, among all the changes that administration is proposing, from facade design to reducing minimum building length, limiting side entrances, interior side setbacks, and changes to the stair projections. I understand the biggest concern for you is the reduction from 8 to 6, right?
So both, 8 to 6 is a huge concern, and I also think the building depth and the limitation of it, because it'll, I mean, people are going to configure these units to look ugly. I mean, they're not going to fit well, right? When you're limiting it. Like, for example, the one we were doing, we were purposely setting back the property further to not impact the city-owned trees and to, you know, have a better curb appeal and taking that into consideration. But now we're going to have to push this property even closer to this, you know, further to the front in order to get to, you know, use the 50% depth. So they're going to, like I said, it's a cook. It's not, this one solution is not going to fit that, right?
No, I understand. But but those changes, other than the 8 to 6 change, has been proposed by the administration after looking at the experience of, you know, the zoning changes over the last year and a half, right? So, and it's kind of always a bit of compromise, satisfying community concerns and the making sure there's enough flexibility for builders. So what I'm trying to understand is that within that compromise, what is the thing that is absolutely you think is going to have a significant impact, which I understand the unit reduction.
Correct. The 8 to 6 would be huge impact. Absolutely.
Got it, yeah. So if we were to take an approach that say, and I hear you and industry on the lack of consultation on that, because that change was driven by the committee, not by administration itself. Council committee, I mean. If we were to take the approach of moving ahead with everything else, but not with the unit change, then direct administration to do analysis on the implications, or inspect the affordability, and engage with industry, engage with community, and come back with what is workable or not. You're seeking more input into that, right?
I mean, I think that's a step in the right direction, definitely. I would still, you know, push back on the other recommendations as well. But yes, the 8 to 6 is definitely the biggest concern.
I respect that. I'm not pushing you to into compromise in that way.
Fair enough.
But I'm just trying to understand just balancing those needs that we have to do as elected officials. Right?
Absolutely. Correct.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
I will move the second round.
Oh, second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Hamilton, was that you?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Sorry, my mistake.
Display the votes. That is carried. Thank you very much. Mayor Sohi, I return the chair to you.
Thank you so much. I'll take the chair back.
Point of order.
Yes.
I know we're about to go on break. I think I just wanted to understand, and so the speakers also know, because I think some of them did join after we called their name. And
can I figure that out with clerk over the break?
Okay, so then they should probably come back.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll come back. We'll be back at 3:45. Meeting back to order. Roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carpel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Hello.
And Councillor Jans.
Yahoo!
Okay. All right. It's not yo. Councillor Knack, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I wanted to go to you, Mr. Bombach. I appreciate, you and I think first started chatting about this back in, I think November was the first time we had a chat. And, I think one thing that maybe has been lost in some of these conversations, I've heard some of those who don't want to see us make any change sort of trying to say, like, nothing's ever going to please anyone who wants to see change. And I think it's maybe worth letting people know a little bit about where you were when we first started and maybe why you feel, I know you still want change, but maybe you're feeling a little less receptive than you did because of what's happened. And so if you want to share a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's really tough to say how things have changed over time. I think we had a lot of questions when this process first began. And it began like many other people where we sort of heard through the grapevine that some development was happening next to us. We tried to reach out to the developer to get some answers. We're not getting a response. And, thanks to you, Councillor Knack, for, engaging with us on that and helping us with that a little bit and taking it upon yourself to try and put us in touch with the developer. Ultimately, I will say, we did connect with the owner of the property who is responsible for developing the properties next to us. And I think there's let me just quickly say, there's a bit of an undertone in some of these conversations. That's a bit of an us versus them thing happening here. And
that's what I'm worried about. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that distracts from the problem, right? Those kind of generalizations really hurt us. I actually have quite a reasonable relationship with the developer next door on both sides of us. It's actually the same developer. I get that he's doing what he is can do. He's within his rights to do. The bylaw allows him to do it. And we've had quite a productive relationship. That doesn't, change the fact that I don't, totally support how this has been implemented. And so I think, you even go back to, something that Kevin Taft said. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to refer to him.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's all right.
But he talked about this as not being a simple issue. This is about people in neighborhoods who are affected and also people who are looking for housing and trying to find a zoning bylaw approach that meets everyone's needs to the best of our ability, right? It doesn't have to be, let's take over all the mature neighborhoods and put in a bunch of ugly row houses. It also doesn't need to be, let's keep every single high density development out of mature neighborhoods. I don't really think anybody's saying that. Yeah. But I do think when I look at what's happening around me, it's really easy to see and feel. And anybody who comes and stands in front of my house, and I would extend that invitation to all the councillors here. And in fact, I have done so. Please come by and just have a look and see if you feel like it fits.
It feels a bit daunting to be there.
Totally. And so, are there ways that we can tweak this? And are there ways that we can make this more palatable for everybody so that it doesn't have to be kind of an us versus them situation? And I think, unfortunately, the blanket approach kind of creates that a little bit. It increases that tension.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Last question I would have for you, and this is so I think most of the changes, I think we need to make, the one I kept going back and forth to, and you and I have talked about this, and I know your email, I'm still struggling with the notion of if we have good data to inform whether it should be 8 or 6. I know you've suggested 4 in your most recent email to me. Are we basing that decision off good data? I think the other ones make a lot of sense right now, and I'm just wondering if we should be doing a little bit more work with everyone, with community around how can we get a better answer on affordability, these types of things, impact? How do you feel about this now after having gone through this process over the last 2 days?
Yeah, no, I think there's been so many good perspectives that have been shared, and I know there's not much time left for this question. So I think it's about balance, right? And right now, I think the community feels like the balance is tipped this way, that there's so much impact on the community because in effect, in a lot of these neighborhoods, if we're honest about it, it is a, at least 4 times increase in density, it's an 8 times increase in density in many cases. And so is there a way to just, we talk about gentle and incremental increases. Is there a way that we can do that that's just more palatable to people?
Always appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's such a reasonable thing. I want to go to Mr. Taft one more time. And, in this process, we've often gone back to why we're doing this in the first place, right? And you and I have had conversations about that, about the fact that we had this massive population growth that was unprecedented over the past several years. It looks like it might be tapering off, but we still have that to contend with. And in addition, we've got this problem of our outward expansion, making it increasingly untenable, at least as far as tax rates and affordability, to maintain. And in between those tensions, lies the problem. And I know you've given this a lot of thought. I know that you know that there's no silver bullet. I'm just wondering if you want to share any thoughts on what's required, maybe between the city and maybe members of the community who maybe they want to have this conversation.
Whoa, okay. I'll start by saying that it's the curse of an elected official to have to deal with tensions. That's comes with it. It's been a really interesting afternoon, so many different perspectives. What I hear so much of from people in neighborhoods inside the Henday is surprise. I didn't know this was coming. Nobody told me a 10-unit could be put up next door to me and I wouldn't have a say. Or, what we see with Mr. Baumbach and so on. That, to me, exposes a fundamental struggle that can be corrected here, or a problem. I'm going to be blunt, it's a problem. I think the process through which the zoning bylaw, the district policy and plans, and city plan were developed did not sufficiently engage the neighborhoods. I know administration and many on council will dispute that with me, but the fact that so many people are saying, I didn't know this was coming, I'm angry, I'm upset, speaks to the need to engage them. Now, is it too late to do that? Absolutely not. It's never too late to go out to the neighborhoods and out to the people and out to the meetings and have a good dialogue and say to people in neighborhoods, okay, you guys, you're living in privileged, established, mature neighborhoods, and there has to be change for fiscal reasons, for environmental reasons, for whatever reasons. How are you going to work with us as a city to bring in those changes? Nobody, and Larry Beasley, probably the most esteemed planner in the country, says this bluntly, nobody knows their neighborhood like the people who live in it. Obviously there's going to be conflict. Democracy is loaded with conflict. It's messy. It's difficult. But if there's a genuine approach, and there's going to have to be some reclaiming done here by City Council, but an approach to genuinely engage neighbors, many of them will say, you're right. Maybe we could have more density here, or maybe we should open up more back alley housing, or maybe we should, I don't know what it would be. But the problem, the fundamental problem I think council has right now with this whole system is a lack of democratic legitimacy. And I know people will disagree with me, but the mood that I'm picking up around the city, widespread, is that people don't feel like they were listened to and they're caught by surprise. I'm sorry I'm going on so long here. I'll often now see when there's going to be road construction 3 weeks in ahead. the signs will come up, upcoming road construction, plan your new route and so on. And yet, people aren't even notified when an 8-unit goes up next to them. You know, there's some real problems with process here. Sorry for my long ramble.
Oh, no problem. And you know, I think you raise a good point that like it may be subsets or subsections of population who feel that way, but when you get pockets of it on different issues everywhere, then that narrative can build, even if not everyone shares the same reason for feeling that way. Is that sort of what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty widespread narrative right now.
Because,
and then that becomes, whether it's legitimate or not, that narrative becomes a reality.
Yeah.
And then we're in a whole different ballgame again.
Yeah. I wanted to ask Paul a question, but I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. I'm just wondering, Mr. Taft, are you speaking to people in the southeast? And I'm thinking like south of the Henday?
No, I'm speaking with people from inside the Henday, but widespread within inside the Henday, yeah.
Oh.
And I mean, listen, I don't want to overestimate or overclaim what I'm doing. I'm watching groups like Edmonton Neighborhoods United just boom with growth from people who I never talk to, but I can understand their concerns.
Okay, so it's not necessarily as widespread as you're saying, the concern.
The concern is very much on the neighborhoods inside the Henday. I will say, though, that Edmonton Neighborhoods United, I understand, is beginning to get people contacting them from outside the Henday, also raising concerns.
Because quite honestly, with the door knocking that I've done over the past 3.5 years, this issue hasn't been raised once.
Right, so you know what, I'm an old political hack. Let's you and I go door knocking in some of my neighborhoods.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify how widespread it was. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Can you move the second additional round?
I'll move a third round, yes.
Second?
Please vote.
Is there such thing as a begrudging yes? No?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is passed. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thanks to my colleagues. Mr. Taft, I wanted to just ask you a few questions. So I think, I remember and I really appreciate, getting a chance to drop in on your chat a couple of months ago. You had done that Philosopher Cafe meeting and you were sharing a lot about, how change is happening within the neighborhood. And I think what I found was really interesting. I think I mentioned this to you at the end, is that I found there was probably about 90% agreement on a lot of what you said, better standards, better notification. Those are things that we need to do. Some of these changes that are being made today will help. We need to do more around the notification and enforcement. I think the one area that I still found, and I want to get your take on this, is that when we talked about what does better versus bigger mean, I think that was sort of your phrasing. At one point you had sort of defined better as, maybe we should just be going to 2 units per lot. And then in the meantime, essentially let our regional neighbors sort of take on some of the additional growth that was happening. I wanted to get a take from you is like, how realistic you think that particular approach is, and then in the bigger question about how we then have this discussion around number of units, because I think there's a lot of the other things we agree on. I'm just not sure there's a full alignment amongst everyone on number of units.
Thanks, Councillor Knack. I don't remember saying that there should just be 2 units on a lot. If I did, I'd be surprised if I said that, but I do remember saying quite clearly I have concerns about growth, and I think I said there's good growth and there's bad growth.
That's right.
Let me take you a super quick trip to Amsterdam. My wife and I were there several years ago. We turned the corner and we're stunned to see a huge Hudson's Bay department store in Amsterdam. Wow, what was that doing there? In the end, I think that's an example of bad growth. Hudson Bay grew in the wrong way and ultimately it killed them. The same thing I believe can happen to governments and to cities. So I think there's a fundamental query has to be made about what is the value of growth, what kind of growth, how do we slow growth, how do we become better rather than bigger? I'm not going to claim to have answers to that, but it's a profound question, especially in a world where, I mean, you know, uncontrolled growth is the ideology of the cancer cell. And I don't know what kind of controls we have on our growth here and how we're exercising them. So it raises questions for me. Are we entering a kind of pathological zone for our city here?
Well, I appreciate that.
And
So I guess
on the number of units, I mean, it becomes arbitrary. You have to make a decision. You could go
Well, and
5, which is the CMHC limit. You know, or you could just go by square meters of property. So instead of 75 square meters, you could have 1 unit on 150. Those are.
I guess for that one, because I hear you, and I think I'm guessing even with whatever gets approved today, there's still going to be subsequent motions to do further engagement. I think that was heard loud and clear. I'm just trying to, so on this particular one, since this was made a couple of weeks ago, and, you know, I've got such a wide range of emails, and I think our final number is close to about 50-50 from people who want to see us keep it all, compared to those who either want 6 or fewer. I'm just trying to figure out, do you feel, because I know when we talked about this during the zoning bylaw meeting in October 2023, at the time, the unit count hadn't been flagged as the primary concern, environmental concerns, other pieces have been flagged. Do you feel we have a good data to make that decision today around what the right unit count is? But I also appreciate people want us to make a decision because they're feeling uneasy.
Yeah, I think people want a decision. I think I'm not going to claim to know all the data sets that administration has. I think we are also missing one other crucial piece of information, which may be a limit on the number of occupants. So if we have 8 units of 3 bedrooms or 6 units of 4 bedrooms, it's essentially the same thing. And if each bedroom can hold 2 people, then we have, you know, potentially 48 new residents on a lot where there was once a single family. Those are huge changes. So I don't have an easy answer for you, Councillor Nath.
I know, it's the tough one for us. Thank you, Mr. Taft, always appreciate it.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the questions to the public. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Over the last 2 days, there's a large number of Edmontonians who engaged in this process. There was a large number of people who were signed up to speak. We called everyone's name 2 or 3 times to give them the opportunity to speak if they were present. Some were not present, unable to speak. So this is it from here, from the public. So we're going to go to administration for questions. But before I do that, there are many other ways that Edmontonians can engage on this process. They can submit their written submissions to administration, to council, to my office. But as far as this public hearing is concerned, we would not be hearing from additional speakers because those who were registered to speak were called to speak, were unavailable to do so. And now we're going to go to administration for questions. Once we have concluded questions to administration, then I will ask council members if they have any questions on new information. And at that time, once that is concluded, Rama, I'm doing it the right way? She's looking at me, right? Say, no, Mayor, yes, nod, good. Nod, good, right, okay. Then we'll close the public hearing and move the first reading. And at that time, if there are any amendments, we will be entertaining those amendments at that time. That's the right process, Clerk?
I would suggest that you leave the public hearing open.
Leave the public hearing open? Okay, we'll come to that at that time. Yes. But now, new questions to administration, and after that, new information, which indicates to me that we will not be able to finish this item by 5 o'clock. So what is our next date to carry on?
We have a tentative option to continue on July 8th, the Tuesday.
Okay, from 9:30 to 5.
To 5 p.m., yes.
5 p.m. Can someone move to extend the order
So moved.
of this, Councillor Knack,
Second.
Councillor Stevenson, or Councillor Salvador seconded. We will be carrying on with this meeting starting at 9:30 Tuesday,
Tuesday, July 8th.
July 8th till
Yeah.
5 p.m. with appropriate breaks. Here it is. Okay.
We'll put
Right.
it back up on the screen.
Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, please vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was on to speak.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can we clear the deck so I know that council members who may want to ask questions speak on this?
Yes, we will get a speaker's queue up.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to state, because I responded, I'm away next week. I have very limited access to the internet. And so this will be challenging, if not impossible, for me to attend. I know that other councillors had voiced concern about not being able to express their thoughts on the matter. But those are the circumstances I find myself in. So I'm not going to be supporting this just out of just, to be on the record that was something that I said I couldn't attend. And I know that there's other people who are similarly affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Yes, thank you. Similarly, my family has a vacation planned in Eastern Canada next week that was planned based on the calendar that we approved as a council before, later last year. And I'm just not in a position to ask my family to cancel their vacation to accommodate this meeting. I will be in a place where I'm not sure I'll have cell coverage, so I will endeavor to join the meeting, but it is a good chance that I won't be able to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Mr. Pollock, you told me that this sort of
No, we're speaking to it now.
Oh, I thought I could ask questions.
Oh, this is the on the agenda.
This is in relation to the continuation here that we're voting on.
Yeah.
Oh, I can only speak to it? Okay, so I will be voting in favor from what I understand from Mr. Pollock from earlier this week, is this is a normal course of business with things ramping up, and I would think that maybe the incumbents would have been aware of that. I wasn't, but I've been able to adjust my schedule for the most part. I will have to step away.
Point of order. That was so rude, Mr. Mayor. That was so fucking rude. Fuck you, Joanne Wright. Fuck you.
This is absolutely unacceptable.
I know,
Absolutely
but that was totally uncalled for, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wright, would you like to withdraw your comments to incumbents? Please, I would encourage you to do so.
Sure, I will withdraw the comment.
And I will, Councillor.
But I will say that I have.
Let me deal with this. And Councillor Hamilton, I would please ask you to withdraw your comments related to reference the words you used.
Yeah, my apologies. That was unparliamentary language.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, carry on, please.
Okay, I will just say that I have been able to adjust my schedule except for from 1:30. I won't be able to come back for a prior commitment with the Police Commission. So.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I've also voiced my concern. We had a calendar that, as per Councillor Cartmel, we stated, I've expressed the lack of time we had to finish this going into the recess before today. I said I was willing to stay later till 9 p.m. yesterday. I said I was willing to stay later till 9 p.m. tonight. I said I was willing to go into Saturday. But quite frankly, we are all burnt out. I had 1 week, not even a week, 3 days that I booked, knowing the calendar in advance, and similar to Councillor Hamilton and similar to Councillor Cartmel, that I booked well in advance based on trusting the schedule in front of us. Now, whatever the decision of the vote is today is what it is. I am voting no, but I would say that it is leaving an inequity. We talk about equity in this council a lot. This is one of the most important topics that Edmontonians expect us to have, and the councillors that do not attend will be questioned as to why they are not prioritizing this. So I think it is putting us in a terrible position, but I respect whatever the will of council is today, but I also wanted it on record that it is not for a lack of caring or concern about this. I think my, I'm sorry, I don't know who's unmuted.
I'm sorry, who's that? Michael, who? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Right. But I also think, yeah, I lost my train of thought. I will just say, I agree that this is important. I will try my best. If this passes, I will endeavor to take more time to not recharge, to be here, because this is important. And I wish we weren't being put in this situation, and I don't think we needed to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support the motion, and I think it's possible for the chair to indicate that the councillors who are absent would have liked to have been here, but we had quite the influx of speakers that when the schedule was made, we could not have accounted for. So, you know, I think most people will understand that. Having said that, I may miss maybe 30 minutes in the afternoon, again, for scheduling conflicts, but I'll endeavor to be here otherwise. And it looks like we will still maintain quorum. And it's not lost on me that even this discussion of scheduling kind of mirrors the larger discussion that we're having, in that as you try to accommodate a larger group of people, there's always a smaller group of people who will find that maybe to be untenable or unfair. And I get that. And it's just sort of that balance where you can't please everyone at all times, but you do your best to please as many as you can within the constraints you're given. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
I would be to close, Mayor Sohi.
Oh, yeah, right. You moved. Sorry, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for us, for all our council members and the public members to experience what happened today and is not present. So, but I totally understand the situation we're facing right now. In the past 3.5 years, this type of like the schedule order change after many council members booked their family trip or the family issue or personal issue happened many times. So I just want to say, I was not planning to speak, but I really want to say here, as a council members, we are human as well. We have emotion, we have families, and we have our personal health, appointment, sick days all the time. But we do understand this public hearing is so important for everyone, and specific this rules only bylaw. And look at it the first time 2023, and how many days we happened. And then our Edmontonians told us what's their concern. And right now, 1.5 years later, we are coming to the same situation, even more challenging situation here. So at first, when the public, June 30th, when the public hearing started, our legal advice gave us really clear, say, let's do 3.32 item first. So Councillor Principe and myself, we put the motion to bring this one to the first item, but voted down by the council. And then we bring it as a second item and voted down by council. So right now, and we are extending this order and really impact some of our council members. They're already pre-planned. I know our council meeting is more important than whatever we scheduled, we planned, and I changed my schedule many times. And then I can keep going on to say this. I just stop there. I would not support this. I would not be able to attend July 8th public council meeting as well as some other councillors, the similar reasons.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add also what Councillor Rice said. We did try to make this first order and then second order of business on the agenda, anticipating that this could possibly be the issue. I had said that I would be available July 8th to continue on with the meeting, having heard from several of my colleagues how it is an interruption, and understandably, there needs to be a work-life balance too. We need to acknowledge. And I would like to continue on July 8th. However, I'm considering voting no at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe. I'm going to go to Councillor Knack to close, but I want to say a few words. So, Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. This is not an ideal situation, but this is the situation that we are in. Over the last few days, we have heard from hundreds of Edmontonians engaging on this file, and they deserve to have a solution and closure to this file. Whichever decision we make, we need to make that decision as soon as possible. If we go from 8 to 6 units, there will be consequences if we delay that decision by another 2 months or month and a half. Right? And if we want to make those design changes and other changes that administration is recommending, if we don't make that decision as soon as possible, there will be consequences on the neighborhoods and the neighbors and the people who spoke here today. I think they deserve to have an answer. I understand that all of us make our personal commitments based on our council schedule, but we are in leadership role where often we have to adjust our schedule based on the community's needs, what the desire, what the expectations are of the community of us. That is why there's always an added pressure on elected officials and their families. But that's the reality that we face. I changed my schedule. I was supposed to go to Calgary. I changed my schedule to be here present because I felt this was more important than other responsibility that I was going to fulfill as mayor as well, right? But I prioritize. I think I know sometimes for personal reasons it's difficult to prioritize, and I absolutely respect that. What I would encourage council members to do is that please support this. Those of us who are able to be here, we will fully appreciate and recognize that those who are unable to join, it is not they're not making the effort to join. They would not be able to join because of circumstances beyond their control, whether they don't have internet access, or they're in a spot where they're unable to participate, or they're going through some personal circumstances where they cannot participate. So we will acknowledge and appreciate that, but I think we need to carry on this with work, and we need to decide to soon on these decisions so that community can have certainty, developers can have certainty, and there's a clear path where we're going with this. My other concern would be that as we get more close to the election time, these kind of situations become more and more political. There's another added uncertainty risk around that, right? So that's why I'm encouraging those who are unable to attend. I would understand that, but those who are able to attend, please make the effort to attend and help support this to go through to Tuesday, so we can carry on with this item and conclude this item. Councillor Knack, so I'll take the chair back, and Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor. So he just offer a few thoughts here. So yeah, we're obviously in an imperfect situation. Public hearings as we approach the end of the term start to fill up. And we already earlier this week took action to remove a number of items into a later agenda in August. And we only had on this public hearing agenda the items that were absolutely time sensitive. So all of them needed to be addressed, and the order from my perspective wouldn't have made a difference because they all needed that time and attention. And so we had made a decision to extend this meeting to Thursday and to Friday to try to get through it all. Obviously, we've had a lot of speakers, and we cannot rush that process. First, because we shouldn't. Second, because legally we can't. And so we're in this place now where there's still enough questions of administration that we can't finish this agenda today. When we made the decision to extend the Thursday and Friday, part of why we couldn't go into Thursday or Friday evening was actually staffing availability, because we wouldn't have had clerks available to actually run our meetings. And so unfortunately that wasn't an option as available to us. Had we talked about that maybe a few weeks ago, that might have been a different story. But by the time we started talking about it, we did hear from our clerks that was a concern. That's why we went through this process to see how many people could be available next week. And I want to just, say I sympathize for those who have got some pretty important commitments for family, and that shouldn't be taken lightly. Part of the challenge is if we say no to this, then it does get pushed to when recess is finished. And this makes a few challenges. Number one, it actually leaves open the public hearing process, which means we actually can't engage Edmontonians about this during that time. We would not be permitted to, have conversations even via email, do those site visits that have been suggested to us. And so that to me is really not an ideal place to be. None of these positions, none of these places are ideal. But at the end of the day, I think we do need to have resolution for the folks who have committed their time. A lot of folks have given up work. A lot of folks have given up. We've had folks who have had to give up quite a bit from the public to be here. And I think they're really hoping that we can get this done sooner rather than later. There was some frustration about this notion of filibustering at one point. And I did see that email. And my hope was that we would not allow that to happen. And so that's part of why I want to...
Mr.
Same thing on the radio.
Forget it, please. Okay, good.
Yeah. And so, thanks, Mayor. So, and so I think that's why I don't want that to be allowed to happen, and us not have resolution to this process. And I appreciate that. I don't think any decisions that we make even on Tuesday will be the end of the conversation by any stretch. But I think it does provide some, at least the next step of work for a lot of folks who have been paying attention to this for a very long time, and as well as folks who are just relatively new to this process, and I want to respect that. I appreciate no matter what we do, it's going to be imperfect, but I think that the least perfect scenario would be keeping this open until the middle of August, and then not actually being allowed in our roles as councillors to engage the public on this topic. I think that would be a really harmful situation, and it would, I think a lot of people would feel like they wouldn't have an opportunity to share their perspective because we wouldn't be allowed to participate in that. So that's why of all of the imperfect solutions, I hope we can extend into Tuesday, noting all of the folks that have to either give something up or just can't attend because it's not practical. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Okay, that is carried. Questions to administration? Councillor Knack, you were first.
Yes, Mayor Sothi, thank you. I have a lot of questions. I'm going to wait to start talking about the unit count piece. I want to focus on some of the other amendments first. First, I wanted to touch on the side setback and the side steps. There were some visuals showing side steps that, essentially I think we saw one home that could have two side entrances with side steps going up in both directions. I guess I just wanted to ask for administration on the accessibility side of things, is that doesn't feel to address the accessibility needs. The wider setback's good, but I'm not sure that solves that. So can you tell me how you sort of thought through that process on still allowing steps, but albeit in a different orientation?
Councillor Knack, yes. So the changes with respect to side steps and the projections into the side yard are largely to do with that better continuation of access, recognizing there are stairs, but also to allow for making sure that we're not obstructing steps that are facing into the side lot line, and those steps are not, making it impossible to pass through on the sidewalk, as well as incorporating the drainage needs and the other aspects of what's occurring in the side yard.
Okay, I'll think about that a little bit more. I appreciate the answer. Wanted to ask about notification. This is something we've talked about, even to a permitted use. So right now, again, a sign has to go up, but there is still no requirement for a letter to be required or to be sent to the adjacent property owners, either on both sides or even abutting on the other side of the alley. Is that correct for fully permitted use?
That's correct, Councillor. The notifications are for demolition permit on the sign, as well as the approved development permit, and then notification to your direct neighbors amongst that demolition. We discussed on June 3rd that we would expand this to include the submission of an application for a development permit, so that there is additional time to have that connection made between the permit applicant and your directly adjacent neighbors.
So yeah, just walk me through that, what that means. So again, now under what you're changing, somebody before they make a final submission, they have to notify outside of the demolition about what's being proposed.
So there's some mechanics there. Some people apply for a demo before the development permit for a building. So we're just working through that right now, but functionally what will that mean is when a development permit is applied for, whether it's demo or a new build, either we or the applicant, most likely us, the city, will send a notice to the directly adjacent neighbors outlining that there's been an application, here's the applicant, contact them to get that initial relationship started, and also here are a bunch of resources around what it means when development is occurring, what are your rights as a neighbor, what are the rights as a developer next door.
Okay. So that is more of a return to what we used to have even under the Class A. It might not be an exact one-to-one, but it's more comparable to what we had under the old zoning bylaw, correct?
I would say it's allowing that relationship to start earlier, and it goes towards having that notification instead of having no notification in terms of the old bylaw versus the new bylaw.
Okay. Are you going to be able to have you sent out a memo with the information on that? I want to make sure I'm I'm fully comfortable with that because that's a big issue I hear about all of this work. And no matter what we change, folks want to be more informed. And so I said I would make a motion if I needed, but if there's a memo or something that could be provided even on Tuesday with a bit more detail, that might be helpful.
The work isn't complete yet. We can do this under administration processes. When the work is complete, a memo will be sent indicating its enactment and all of the steps of what it means.
Okay. Enforcement action. We're increasing resources later this fall as part of CAP, but do we have enough based off the volume of permits that we're getting?
So volume has been up, complaints have been up as well. What we've taken to date so far is we've created 3 new positions to deal with coordinated complaints. We do enforcement and compliance across a number of business areas. There's development compliance, safety code compliance, community standards compliance, and they're all interrelated, but they all operate separately. So the coordinated effort is meant to combine and, well, coordinate those so that there's a one-stop shop in terms of compliance.
I'll want to ask about total numbers in my next round, how many more we'll have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Maybe I'll just pick up from there while we're on that thread. So 3 new positions. Again, is that sort of commensurate with the level of growth that we've seen in permit applications?
So there's lag times in terms of staffing. Permit applications starting in 2024 were above 30%, but there isn't a direct correlation between the number of permits and the number of complaints and the number of resources required. There is a balancing act there. What we've done and what council has done in the past, not only approving those positions, but moving some of the compliance resources under the planning development reserve allows that flexibility to happen more in real time, or at least not having to wait for budget approvals through council adjustments or those 4-year budget cycles.
Okay, great. So, I'm thinking of a subsequent motion just to kind of spell that out a bit further to understand the action, but I'm hearing that administration is recognizing that further resources are needed to keep up with the volumes that we're seeing.
I would say we're looking to provide that right level. We're not going to be able to sit on every construction site 24 hours a day. We are complaint driven, and there is a process between notices of violations, fines, and then orders, and then moving through that spectrum of compliance to then finally the city taking its own action to ensuring something is done correctly, like removing concrete in a matter of time that's applicable.
Perfect. Yeah, that blended with another question, just that, sometimes neighbors will feel that there's not any action being taken, which can be very frustrating. Am I correct that, sometimes that action is happening? It's a process that requires steps to be compliant with the MGA and...
Yeah, it's a legislative process. It's not a complaint is filed and the resolution is found next day. There's obviously an investigation component to it. There's notices.
And, sorry, just mindful of time, but administration works through those timelines as expediently as possible, but recognizing that there are timelines in place for due process.
We do, and just for an example, we've recently approved the city reclamation of a number of hard services in the last 2 weeks. I don't know if it was the case that was shown today, but that's us going out, removing the concrete, and then putting that on tax bill. So there is movement.
Great, appreciate that. Thank you, and that's really important work, and I think that really demonstrates to Edmontonians the lengths and the actions that the city is willing to take, so thank you. I think I just wanted to start to touch on the question of the decrease in units. So again, that wasn't something that administration brought forward in the 1-year review. It does represent sort of a 25% decrease in the number of units. That is a pretty significant change in my experience. And so just wondering what analysis administration did to understand the implications of that change.
Thanks. If we can get slide 21 of the admin's presentation. So there is analysis as well as listening and learning from the public. But I think just in terms of, there's been a lot of data thrown around, a lot of numbers thrown around in the last 3 days here. Slide 21, please. I think one more.
No.
Oh, you have more, okay.
Right, so just in terms of where we are overall in our infill targets over time, what we look for as we march through the city plan targets, there is a graph, but we're hitting 40% right now in terms of 2024 numbers. What that equates to, yeah, there was one backwards, the green chart there. What that equates to is where we thought we would be in 2037. This one, please. So as we move forward, there's a number of targets, and I know I'm taking your time, but I think it's important to understand the context that we are dealing with in this situation here. So our infill targets are being met. Next slide, please. We are taking a number of measures. Council has taken a number of measures to improve that and meet those goals, including district plans, which sets out about 1/3 of the population, or 1/3 of that increase to be in the RS zone and 2/3 in the nodes and corridors network. That nodes and corridors network is an important piece of this, so the RS is not just the sole contributor to infill to meet that extra million that we're looking to house within Edmonton, and then that extra half of that in the redeveloping area. Further, that priority growth areas were just approved by council, which represents a net increase of almost 30,000 units to accommodate in those 5 areas.
So I guess the follow-up question though is that, was there a reason? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Jans?
Thank you. How many mid-block lots are 600 meters squared or greater?
We don't have that. What we can tell you is that those that are 600 meters squared or greater, 50% of them developed to 8 units, or to row housing, and 50% of those developed to 8 units.
One more time.
Yeah. So at the 1-year review, UPC meeting June 3rd, we talked about the number of, there were 50% of the lots that are 600 meters squared. 50% of those went to row housing. Sorry, I'm looking to Catherine. And then 50% of those, so 25%, went to 8 units.
So is that mid-block or all lots?
That was mid-block.
So, Councillor, can I answer your question a little bit differently? Like, again, I think that it's important that we all are on the same page of data. Like, today and yesterday, we've heard building permit data cited, we've heard perception cited, we've heard development permit cited. So if I could get slide 23 up, please, around what's happening in the RS zone, what is the 8 to 6 unit analysis in terms of what we're seeing out there, how does that compare to approved units? So in 2024, over 16,500 approved units were done through development permits. 40% of that was approved through redeveloping areas. Of that, 2,400 units were approved in the RS zone, which is about 36%. If you remember to the previous slide where I said the nodes and corridors network, we're supposed to take 66%, and the urban mix, which is the RS zone, we're supposed to take 33% in our projections when district plans came out. So next slide. So what we're showing is that the RS zone is performing. It's meeting its targets of roughly 1/3. Out of those 2,400 units, 512 units were approved as 7+ mid-block row house units, or 64 development permits in 2024. As we heard, that the loss of 8 to 6 units is 25%, or 2 units. Taking a lead from IDEA, they suggest there'd be an additional loss because of projects canceled. So almost an approximate 200 unit reduction in that when we go from 8 to 6. So that represents 1.2% of the redeveloping area. If you were to remove those units completely, and they weren't replaced, which we don't think they would happen, we think those units would go to corners, we think those units would go to the nodes and corridors. Some of them may go to the suburbs, but the majority, the demand is still in the core areas, so we think it will go to other places. That still maintains a redeveloping area rate of 38%, which was a target we expected to hit in 2035. So we are in a situation where we're hitting our targets. We know that through the zoning bylaw renewal that when we approved it that we were going to need to adjust over time, and as we measure that through our targets, and if we're hitting them or if we're overshooting them or if we're bringing community along. Obviously, we've been hearing that community is feeling that they're not being brought along. And so in terms of how do we want to balance that off, there is an opportunity that when we're talking about a percentage of a percentage, that we are still going to hit our targets and we're still going to move forward. Council has still approved many other additional policies to meet those targets, whether it's priority growth areas or district plans. We are in a good position to take a breath, to rebalance, and help that community conversation come along.
So what would be the impact of 6-2? The mid-block is what I think I hear you saying is relatively negligible.
Impact is felt differently. For those 74 permits that are in flight currently under review, the impact is going to be high for those developers. That impact is going to be high for the community that is also seeing those new ones being built. The impact will be further felt as we approve more as we go through the summer and through the years. So I don't want to say it's not negligible, but in the ecosystem and the system of Edmonton and the delivery of housing units, it is within a rounding error or within an error of achieving our targets, and we will still maintain the positive momentum that we've seen throughout the years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can those slides be made public? I know why they're not part of the presentation.
We will update the presentation.
Please, if you don't mind, I would, because that's a very good information for public to know as well. So would appreciate that if those are.
Yeah, we can. We have only so much information in a presentation to give, and there's always back pocket slides, and we need to
share with us whatever is in your back pocket, please. That will be helpful.
My wallet's back there.
No, not the cash, not the cash. No. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I did have some questions about the steps, because in the slide that we do have. Where is it? I was going to reference the number of it. I guess number 9. It doesn't show that there's a clear pathway like beyond that one that goes up and down in the proposed.
Correct. So what we're trying to fix is the stair that's projecting, like the top image, the stair that's overspilling into the walkway.
Okay, but accessibility wise, if I'm coming in from my garage that comes off the alley and I need to go, do I have to climb up to my neighbor's house and back down again to get to my house?
So, Councillor, we hear you on the accessibility front and other councillors' concerns. What I'll tell you right now is that we don't require universally accessible pathways in and outside of all of and around the houses or row houses. This is a common condition everywhere throughout the city. We all have steps up to our doors. What we're trying to fix is the clear blockage of the pathway to the units because of the way the stairs are projecting into them and almost to the property line, which doesn't allow any sort of meaningful movement throughout the site.
Okay, I see how the one going straight out is projected into that pathway, but I think half of the other stairway is projected into the pathway. Like you still don't have that clear 1.1 meter.
The steps are part of that clear 1.1 meter because you can walk up and down the steps. I completely understand that it's not universally accessible, but that is not the rules that we live within in terms of either the building code or the current zoning bylaw, how it operates, or the past zoning bylaw, how it operates. That would be a big deviation in terms of creating every pathway as universally accessible. It's a goal that we want to strive towards, but it's one that we need to work through.
Okay. I wouldn't want that unit myself. Okay. The other thing, at audit committee there a couple weeks ago, there was an audit recommendation that was fulfilled, and I'm just wondering if this relates to some of the permitting concerns. It was the safety codes, permit and inspection services?
Yeah, so the audit that was seen through audit committee, that was enhancing the automated inspection process through our AI model. And what that does is speed up the permitting process in terms of how and when inspections are done, the likelihood of fail or pass on the analysis and the basically the artificial intelligence model of whether the user would likely pass, whether it's a low risk inspection instead of in saying that it's not a life safety risk.
Okay, so but now that we've got that person, that specialized person in place, the specialized expertise, would that have an impact on speeding up or addressing some of the concerns that we've heard from the public on safety, like the open excavation sites and?
No.
No? Okay, I just wanted to check on that. Okay. And then I think I will leave it at that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to go back to the graph that was shown around city plan targets, around the balance of new development units. I guess I'm just looking, yeah, that one. Thanks so much. I'm just looking back at city plan, and even I think it's the page right before this one is shown at the end of city plan. It also shows the population horizons and growth to 1.25, 1.5. I guess how do things, or does the conversation change just based on the pace of growth that we're expected to reach 1.5 million at? Because I see the sort of years as metrics, but I also see population as sort of the guiding metric behind city plan.
No, for sure, and it's a good point. I believe when we wrote city plan and council approved it, the population projection for 1.25 was in the early 2030s. And what we would say here based on this data is that we are still well on track to meeting it and actually exceeding that because we're not at 1.25 yet. And we're already exceeding what we'd expect in the early 2030s, which is in that 35% range.
Okay, so even with that accelerated population growth, you're saying that it's still sort of on track or exceeding expectations. Okay. Then I want to just come back to a common thread that I've heard throughout around whether changing the unit number is the real lever to address some of the concerns we're hearing from community, or whether it's actually about the massing of the building itself. And recognizing administration is suggesting moving forward with the change in units, was there contemplation around things like adjusting the massing or the height or other factors that would have, I guess, a similar effect in addressing those concerns?
I think what's ahead of you today is a combination of the two, of addressing unit count as well as massing. We heard a lot about building length. The building length actually addresses a lot of the community concerns around how that impact is on your backyard, how the use and enjoyment of that is factored in. It creates design considerations for developers and architects in terms of how to get your site coverage on site by not just putting it all in one building, which was a concern from the public as well in terms of that massing impact. I think the unit count reduction that was motioned on June 17th, administration did a lot of quick work in terms of evaluating that to see what would either improve or hinder. Obviously, we know the unit count strict reduction is 25%, but on the positive side, in terms of landing a building on site, it helps those site operations. What we've been seeing in the 8 units is that every single square inch of space needs to be occupied to hit those 8 units and make those units functional. Where if you pull some of that back, you get better site functionality and operations around parking, waste management, design and context considerations, where if you lose a foot or two here, it's not detrimental to the entire project or that one unit. A larger or less units can absorb that change, so you can maneuver and change on site a little bit better to create that context-sensitive piece.
With the length of the changes to the length of building and side setbacks, and I guess those are the 2 primary ones. Would those also apply to someone who is building a single-family home in an RS zone?
Yes. So the only ones that don't apply are the the projections. Or no, that's what build wants, sorry.
The minimum side setback where the buildings oriented, where the main entrance is oriented to the side, that applies to row housing and multi-unit housing.
Right, okay. But I'm just thinking of, even in the area that I represent, there's some pretty large single-family homes that are basically the same size as a multi-unit, where we're hearing similar concerns, so these changes would also help address those.
Yes, the wall length is will be applied across the board in the RS.
Okay. I'm not gonna have time for another one, so I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
We're good on time. Okay, thanks very much. I just want to come back to the compliance and enforcement aspect, because I think we heard a lot of common thread around, vast majority of the builders does a really great job. It really takes one or two really bad examples to really sour it for the whole neighborhood. And constructive suggestions from the speakers around, a builder list, and after several infractions, you should be penalized for that. I think that's pretty aligned with the construction accountability program. I'm wondering if you can speak to that. I understand that's launching later in the year. Can it be accelerated? Can we double down on that? I think that's a really important tool in this conversation.
So we're working through a number of compliance enforcement tools. First is the project implementation plan, which is the PIP, which is more of the proactive model of ensuring builders have a construction site management plan in place that they have to follow. That includes contacting neighbors and allowing them to be involved in that process to know whose responsibility is whose when development happens next door.
And that's currently in place.
That's already in place today. What we're working on the construction accountability program is a way to disincentivize bad builders, essentially. And I just want to clarify, it is the vast majority of builders are good builders. It is a fraction that are bad that we see the majority of complaints on it. Mm-hmm. And bad's also a bad term, I get it, but it's late in the day here. And so what we're looking at doing is using our different tools around processes, times, business licensing, as well as other remedies to create some additional hurdles for those actors that they have to comply to before they move forward with the next one.
And so what's the holdup in terms of rolling it earlier? Can we accelerate it, I think is my question.
So we had to take another look at it. We ran into some legal hurdles around what we're actually allowed to do through the Safety Codes Act, which is a provincially legislated document around holding up building permits. We're not allowed to hold up or not approve building permits that meet the building code. So we're looking at different tools to make it happen, and we are going as fast as we can right now to roll that out.
Yeah, because I think this probably will resonate with a lot of the things that we heard, and I would just highly encourage and recommend administration to get a move on that.
Noted.
Thank you. I was wondering about some of the comments from, it was the first panel, so Monday, I think, we heard around some of the residents' suggestion around more context-specific design when the multi-unit is next to, oh my gosh, I'm out of time. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay, well, 4 minutes remaining. We'll stop here. Hi, Jesse.
Mr. Mayor, I know you're stopping here, so I...
No, I was going to come to you to give us some final warning words, right? What we can or cannot do, right? What we can talk, what we cannot talk, or zip our lips and go on a weekend vacation, right? So
the police over here, yeah. So I thank you so much for giving me the moments. Just to remind you, there's a need to maintain procedural fairness here. So please keep in mind that this is still an open public hearing on 3.32 and it's not concluded yet. So I just want to remind you that when this matter returns on July 8th, your decision needs to be made based on the information you receive within these meetings. So during the time before the continuation of this meeting, I invite you to be very careful about engaging on this issue, taking positions in the media, or seeking further information on this issue.
And the additional slides are added to the agenda, right? And so they are available to everyone, including public, if they wish to see so.
If they're not online, they will be in just a moment.
Yes, please do that, because if there's conversation among colleagues about those additional slides, then we can have that conversation, right?
I would recommend that you have that conversation in the public hearing.
In the public hearing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, come Tuesday, July 8th.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Got it, okay. All right, we are going to stop here. Maybe hold on, actually, just hold on. Councillor Rutherford, you're on next. You want to use your 3 minutes to ask questions?
No, it's okay.
Okay, sure, okay. No worries, we'll be back then on the 8th at 9:30. Until then, we are not adjourned, right, Rama? We are on recess. Okay, right on. Good, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the weekend.